Take it to trial. Take it to trial. Welcome in, grab a seat, hit the like and subscribe. The sweet peas on the mic with that spicy little vibe. Got the courtroom streaming in the chat, going wild. We're debating heavy topics, but still laughing like a child. From objections to confessions to the judge's side eye. If it's justice and it's messy, we gon' talk about why. Every day's a new case, every moment's a ride. And when sweet peas in the building, we be learning with pride. Minds on deck, keep the room running smooth. Film freak therapist, you know, keeping everyone in the groove. Right to with the facts, pretty brown girl with the sass. Moreldia and Fowler keep the peace in the chat. But Jason walks in and the ladies collapse. Chocolate, take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial, trial. Morning shows are sharp, afternoon is on fire. And we catch every moment that the court might inspire. From witnesses whispering, the lawyers trying to hard. You know Sweet Pea breaks it down like a legal tarot card. Chats cracking jokes, dropping theories on the fly. We're serious when it counts, but we still testify. Minds hold it down when the trolls try to play. If you write a line, court adjourned for the day. But when Jason logs in with that deep hello sound, the ladies in the chat, man, they all fall down. Take it, 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 take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial, trial. When the sun goes down and the cases get deep, after dark gets spicy, no secrets to keep. Taboo topics, big laugh, slap, happy crew. Sweet Pea says behave, but we never really do. It's opinions, confessions, stories untold, but we handle it with heart like the chat made of gold. Hey! Take it to trial, from day to night and every wild mile. Sweet Peas kneeling strong with her trademark style, and the fam in the chat always makes it worthwhile. Turn it up, show some love, hit the like on sight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial.
Good morning, everyone. Happy Wednesday, happy hump day. Hopefully everybody's doing well out here. We already know that we have a short day in our Lindsay trial today. I do plan on, we'll see how today goes. I'm not sure if they're gonna let us into the courtroom. It seems like they have some motions and some lawyer stuff to do with the judge to expedite this trial. It does seem like they're moving pretty fast with the trial. So hopefully, I don't know if they're gonna let us into that part today, but if they do, that'll kind of determine what happens for us the rest of the day today. Just to kind of give y'all some kind of idea of what my plans are. My plans are is because we are going to have a short stream. I do know that we have an upcoming trial with Jared. With the case in Florida with Jared Bridgman. So I do want to get that done to talk about that case. And no, SD messaged me last night about Perez Hilton. So I'm waiting to hear back from her this morning to kind of find out exactly, which I must say it's just a terrible. Oh, she in the chat. Good. SD, did you want me to do a stream on that one? Good morning. Or did you want me like set up something? It's like a panel discussion for that? I didn't know. From your message in regards to Perez Hilton, guys, if you guys have not known, he tried to, well, he was doing I guess self-deletion activities on TikTok yesterday. He's a well-known blogger, reporter, kind of controversial from what I've heard in regards to his reporting. I done heard many different things in regards to looking at his stuff. I know that he just recently covered somebody like Ariana Grande, and it almost replicates what she was doing, what she looked like in that video. It's kind of like what he looked like. So I don't know what is going on at all. Okay. I did see the video. It is horrific. Um I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just glad that he got medical help, and the people that were on the panel with him last night that were asking him, actually somebody reached out for help. I'm glad that his children were not there, his mom was not there. And yeah, we will talk about that later. But it's a good time for us to bring up that self-deletion awareness there, for anybody that's having self-deletion thoughts. You want to, I don't know how it works out of the country, but if you dial 988, it gets you directly over to the self-deletion hotline. Unfortunately, we do not know what people are going through, what their day is like, what their experiences, what things. I tell you, I think people have two faces. So just keep that in mind when we're doing things. Yeah, it's 988. And that's a national line for anybody who's watching this that is experiencing any type of ideation or thoughts. Considering that we are in a case where that's part of this case, a self-deletion. So it's like, okay, yeah. I don't know. It's so heartbreaking. It's very heartbreaking. I just don't know. I don't know. And it was so crazy because when I went online last night, it was like 1, 2 in the morning. And I was just like, okay, of course, I seen the video and I was like, okay. Oh my gosh, they still got what they this not banned off nowhere. Like I guess people were recording it. So it's at least when I seen it, it was still like out there, and I'm like, oh my gosh, like at first I was like, I wonder if he high. I was like, maybe he high. He got that. Maybe he got the too much good weed. Too much good stuff. And I was like, I just don't. I don't know. Like, what are we doing here? Oh gosh, I'm just prayers to be with him and his family. I will see what SD sends me if it's to see if there's like if y'all. I don't know if you. Yeah, send me what you talking about, SD. I don't know if you're trying to do in a panel form or what we're trying to do. So I will know. Okay. And then that way I can see about working it into our plans and activities today that I possibly have planned. So we only gonna be in court for a couple hours this morning, allegedly, quote unquote. But let me do this before we go into court, guys. I'm gonna say my good mornings, and then we're gonna go into we're gonna do a recap. Yeah, the case that I need to do some cover, that we gonna do some. I'm not gonna call it a deep dive. I will call it a discussion. 'Cause if I say deep dive, y'all think I'm gonna be on here long stroking y'all, and I'm not gonna be long stroking y'all. I am just doing short strokes. If you want deep dives, go up. Angel says she's streaming tonight. We'll go down the rabbit holes with her channel or Cat's channel. Every time I try to bring myself to do a deep dive or try to think that I'm gonna do a deep dive, I fall very, very short of the deep dive. So all I'm gonna say is I can't do long strokes. I will do some short strokes for you guys. Okay. Now that we have that established, we are going to do a short stroke, a discussion in regards to the case that's going to be coming up with Florida versus Mario Hernandez. He is the first defendant of 3 that will be going on trial starting on, I think jury selection starts on the 10th, but I think we need to all understand who the players in the game is before we go into trial with them. So that's for that. And then let's get into I want to get into something like before we jumped into J7, just kind of give us some type of recap of where we're at in our case that we are currently covering. They're not in court yet with the Lindsay Clancy case. But before we go into there, let me go ahead and say our good mornings. Look, I don't want to be rude. Hey, Lynn, good morning. Hey, Angel, good morning. Hey, Donna, good morning. Good morning, ladies. Hey, Blue. I hear something. Wait a minute. I hear some court movement. Okay, I hear the court moving. He late, but whatever. He is late. Oh, wow. Hey, Morelda, good afternoon. Hello. Hey, SD. Hey, Ruth. Hello. Hopefully I'm not missing anybody. I am just like scrolling down the thing, just hoping I didn't miss anybody. In regards to let's see here. Angel Eyes says she is going. Make sure you we get her channel dropped in the link so we can go over there and subscribe and support. She will be going live today at, is it 7:30 Eastern time? I'm assuming Eastern time, right? I think she said 7:30. Let me see. 7:00 Eastern time. Yep, she got it in there. 7:00. I will be going live. So guys, make sure you go over and like and subscribe and join her for her live tonight. You have to let us know what your live gonna be about. Okay, it doesn't have to be recording. It's okay. No recording is necessary. Good morning, country girl from Pennsylvania, from PA. Rah, Rocky Balboa. That's what I think about when I think about Pennsylvania. I think about, I don't know why I think about Philadelphia. I have no clue. I don't know. I always think about Philadelphia and the Philly cheesesteak and going to the Rocky Balboa statue. No, like, or they have this, they used to have it. It was called, I can't remember. It was like a couple's getaway place out there. The Poconos. I think about the Poconos, and it's like it's this couple's retreat, and like they have like the champagne glasses, and I kid you not, it's just all about you and your mate during that weekend or however long y'all stay, and that's what I think about when I think about Pennsylvania. I know. I gotta find different things. Is Hershey rural in Pennsylvania? I think it is. Wait a minute. Is Hershey Place? Oh my goodness. I don't know. I know. Did I go to Sesame Street in Pennsylvania? Because I think I went to Sesame Street in Pennsylvania. I think I took my girls to Sesame Street Place. I think it's in Pennsylvania. I don't think it's in New Jersey. I think it's in Pennsylvania. No, maybe it might be in New Jersey. But they all kind of like right in that little thing. Only because I'm from Ohio, so I spent a lot of time running through Pennsylvania. I mean, like running up there. But welcome in. Oh gosh, I went to a whole thing in regards to Pennsylvania that quick. So, like I said, before we jump into day 7, I wanted to give some kind of recap in regards to where we at for people that are kind of wondering. I think they're moving way ahead of schedule, is what I would say. I think the judge is like, really, especially with the stipulations that we got received yesterday in regards to we don't have to have every person come testify on a chain of custody, the blood, those different things. Defense is doing it for, a couple different reasons. First of all, look, they don't want to talk about all this extra stuff. Let's get to what we are here for. She has already said that she wanted to, that she had unalived the kids. Let's get to the mental health, what we are really here for. All this other stuff is just, we just doing just because. You remember, Lindsay's team requested that she wanted 2 separate trials. She wanted to just admit to the first part of all the stuff that we're getting in now. And then she wanted to have a separate trial just in regards to her mental health. So she wanted, she just basically wanted the second trial part. But unfortunately in Massachusetts is not allowed. It doesn't go that way. So she has to have both of them. So with that being said, the state does have the opportunity to bring, they have to prove all these things happen to get evidence in, whether it's in front of the jury or stipulated, however they're going to do it. But of course, the state is not going to stipulate to everything because they have to have some things come in. They have to show the jury, and it may be just heartstrings that they pulling on in that case, but these are things that have to be done. So as we know, Lindsay is charged with, 3 counts of first-degree redrum. She was originally charged with 3 counts of strangulation, but that was taken off the table. Okay. Of course, the defense, like I stated, they're not disputing any of these facts. The problem is that we are determining the mental health. At least the jury is going to be determined, was Lindsay criminally responsible or was she legally insane because of severe postpartum mental illness and the effects of prescribed medication. So postpartum mental illness and the effects of the prescribed medication. So there's that. From day one, the prosecutors, they gave us their theory. They basically told jurors that these were intentional. So I'm like, okay, and they were carefully planned. I do know that some people say that she has did some Google searches. We haven't seen those come into court, but I'm assuming if she did some Google searches that were not so good, that were not, I guess they were educational, but educational in the wrong field. Those will come to light in the trial. We have not seen those yet, but their argument is that, hey, she sent Patrick to the store. She sent Patrick to 3V to keep him away as she did this to each of the kids, and then she attempted self-deletion only after the children were unalive. And, either she's going to be placed as this, evil monster, right? Because if they find her guilty and they say it's not by insanity, then they're saying that she's she's evil. Like, you know, like she did do this, and in my eyes, that would be an evil person, right? So we'll see. And you know, of course, our guy Reddington, depending on what which I like. I mean, I like how he is, you know, some of his theatrics, right? He keeping the jury like, he's keeping the jury not entertained, but awake. Like, you know, with the, you know, slamming of stuff or whatever the case may be. I think it, depending on what kind of juror or what kind of person you are, you can appreciate versus to a person being monotone. Because I think that both of the prosecutors can be a little monotone. So he's basically saying that Lindsay desperately sought psychiatric help. We've seen in her journal, we've seen those things. She was prescribed numerous medications in a short period of time. Like, which ones have short life, which ones have long life, which ones you need to be weaned off. Where was she at in the weaning process? Things, those are things that he is bringing to the forefront in regards to Lindsay. She developed this postpartum psychosis. He's going to have, I know that there's 2 experts coming in. There's going to be one that kind of, I guess, wrote the book on postpartum. So look for her. And then another expert. I know he has a total, he wanted 3 in, but he only got 2. Okay. On our first day, we heard from Patrick. So the husband already came in. I don't know if he's going to return back with any additional information. We'll see how that goes. So that's just the kind of, I wanted to kind of pull up what stuff we had so far, like overall, that I wanted to recap with you guys. And then as we go on break, then I'll just recap more. I think we at like 30. Today we'll start off with witness 33. You know, as soon as he get in there, he asking for a sidebar, of course. But we shall see. You say it's way too much info. How funny, how funny. Yeah, it's a lot of stuff. Yeah, we will post the link to your Angel. Yeah, I'll have one of the mods post the link to your channel. And are you part of our Discord? If not, we can go on there and kind of we can go to your channel and get the actual live feed link and get it in there before during the stream part. Let me see. Let me hold on. Hold on a second. Let me. So that is the link to the live stream right there. And give me a second. I will share out your channel for you, hon. Share channel. Okay. So I put both links. The second one is for the channel. If you want to go over there and subscribe and hit your notification bell so you can participate with Angel whenever she goes live or whenever she puts up a great video. The first link is to the actual live stream that will be happening 4 o'clock Pacific Standard Time and 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, guys. Okay. Awesome. So we'll keep that going in the chat today for you. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I am going to go ahead and get us into court and see what we have today with our 33rd witness. I think we're getting closer and closer to this mental health thing. I think that they have laid the foundation for certain things like her medications, where they found the medications, introduce those into evidence. That way they can have an expert come in and testify about certain things. They had to have a toxicology person come in and testify. You know why? Because they have to bring that evidence in so they can have an expert to testify and tell us exactly what is going on. The expert just can't come in and testify because then you haven't laid your foundation. Then we'll have all types of objections. Talk about foundation. We don't want that. So, certain things they just could not get around. But the things that they did get around, Reddington, like, look, cut through all the minutia and all the BS and let's get this trial on the way. I got other things to do. Let's get this done. Y'all brought this case that y'all shouldn't have brought against her, and I got other stuff to do. And he like, if you don't know how to try a case, I'm about to show you guys how, prosecution team. He about to show them how to try a case. Like, we gonna streamline this case. Like, we're not about to be doing all this stuff for things that we didn't already told you she agreed to. Like, why are you wasting my time and the jury's time? And I think that's why he is adamant in regards to his speaking objection when she is like, I want to enter in evidence, exhibit 431. And he like, I already stipulated to that. Don't be asking me no questions. It should be just admitted. And I mean, those are not his words, but that's what I get from him when I hear him get up and say, I have already stipulated to this stuff. And he's saying it's in front of the jury. And I know the jury, like, by this time, they know what a stipulation is. And they probably sitting over there like, yeah, well, why are y'all doing all of this? Why are you keep asking him? He already stipulated to it. Let's move on. So, I did hear reports from people that were inside the courtroom that the jury is like taking hell of notes. Like, I heard one girl that ran out of an ink pen. They had to get her another ink pen. I said, oh my goodness, she must be writing notes for everybody. But I heard they are very attentive. They are writing notes. As I told y'all before, the 911 call had them very upset. Some of them upset where I think that's why they took a very long break besides, Lindsay being upset. So let's go in. Let's get our courtroom set up. We have our sidebar counter that's up in the corner. If anybody sees any red flags that they want to put on our list to later discuss, don't forget about that part that we have going on. And, yeah, let's get in here and see what we have today.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington.
Damn bow. If this girl don't start with these bows, she gonna drive me crazy like she's 2 years old.
All right. Well, good morning, counsel. Good morning. Good morning, Ms. Clancy. Good morning, Your Honor. All right. Before we bring the jury in, could I speak to counsel just for a couple of minutes?
I don't know. Every time he take the bench, he does this weird sidebar stuff. I mean, I think that is, the jury, sidebars are typically designed, at least from my understanding, is stuff that they want to keep outside of the jury. But I don't know what he could be talking about that we can't hear. but whatever. I knew it was gonna be a sidebar. Oh, okay, wait a minute. So Angel Eye says he's a he. Okay. Sorry. And I do blue the same way. I am so I guess Blue River. I guess I should think Mill. Oh, I don't know. Oh shit. Well, I'm sorry. Blue, when I came over there for y'all, when I came over there for you, I've never seen you on camera, so I don't know. Like, oh gosh. Okay, now that we got that, now that we have that together, I'm gonna have to be going to people's channels and saying he, his, him. Like, I want pronouns at the top of everybody's channel. Oh my goodness. I apologize. Okay, I'm glad you told me that, Angel. Because I'm like, Angel. Okay, Angel. My cousin's name is Angel. Okay, so it must be a girl. I just think Angel Eyes. I'm like, okay, girl. Look, yeah, y'all get me together. And I'm glad that I didn't offend either of you with just assuming that you was a lady. You were a lady. So I appreciate nobody jumping down my throat or my neck, talk about getting mad at me, because I was no harm in no harm intended at all for me. So good. Good. I'm glad that I know that. And you know, I'd be hesitant to like say what somebody's sexual, you know, whatever. On here only because I don't see you unless you come up on a panel, or unless I guess if you have I don't know. I don't know how I determine. I guess I don't know. I guess you can't really determine that unless they come on a panel and they tell you a girl. I don't know. Hey Gabber, hey Baka. I am. Oh, you said I'm not the only one, Ruth. Okay. We have it established. They are men, males. We shall not do that again. Oh my goodness. Let me see if I can get us past this. Let me ask y'all. Y'all see how this closed caption is down here on the screen? Let me see. It may not. Oh, I might have made my screen bigger. Sorry. I don't know if they have the regular closed caption, but this is my own personal closed caption that I put on the screen. Y'all have to let me know if y'all even like that closed caption. I know it sometimes it's available to us. Let me see if it's available. We'll see if theirs is available. If not, I do have closed caption down here. My closed caption definitely cuss. So if they cuss or they say a bad word, or sometimes they cuss even when a cuss word hasn't been mentioned. I seen yesterday it said effing in it. I was like, they ain't said nothing about no effing. And this was in court. This was not me. And I was like, oh my gosh, the closed caption is capturing everything, but it's capturing the stuff wrong. Like, oh my gosh, it's putting cuss words. Okay, whatever. Y'all have to let me know, because it also types it out in a big paragraph. So that's another thing. I do like how they keeping her in very neutral colors, very light colors. I hope that they do not ever put her in anything dark. So whoever's doing her wardrobe is doing a great job, in my opinion, in regards to that making. Because other than that, she looks so like out there, like not with us, to me. Because I think in some of her court hearings, she was always in dark clothes. And I was like,
Jurors enter.
I haven't seen Patrick in the courtroom. Not once. Y'all think he flew back to New York?
Hey, all persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Plymouth Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth, within for the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, good morning again. Nice to see everyone. Thank you for being here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you those questions again, and then go over the schedule. Don't forget, we are not, you are not sitting this afternoon, okay? And that's not going to change, so you can count on that. So let me ask you at this point, has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial as a juror? Next, is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention? Great. Thank you again for following those instructions. And what we're going to do is we're going to return to the Commonwealth's case. And like I said, we are not going to be, you're not going to be sitting this afternoon. The plan, and I'll double check when we get to that point, would be to return tomorrow at 9 o'clock and pretty much relatively full day tomorrow and probably Friday as well. But I'll double check as we go through that, all right? And I'll let you know as soon as I can if there's any changes to that schedule. So with that, I'm going to ask the Commonwealth to call their next witness. Commonwealth?
Thank you. The Commonwealth calls Etan Negri.
Good morning. You stop right here. Raise your right hand to the clerk.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give that you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now coming before the Commonwealth and the defendant shall show you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may have a seat.
Watch your step, please.
All right. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
I just ask you to speak into that microphone.
Sure.
All right. All right. Attorney Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
My first name is Etan, last name is Negri.
Can you spell your first name for the record?
E-I-T-A-N.
And your last name?
N-E-G-R-I.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a physician associate, physician assistant.
And did you go to school for that?
Yes.
Can you tell us about your educational background?
I did my undergraduate at City College in New York, and I did a post-bac at Brooklyn College, followed by a PA program at Torrey University in Manhattan.
And do you currently work as a physician's assistant?
Yes.
And do you currently work in the state of Massachusetts?
No, ma'am.
Are you licensed in the state of Massachusetts?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you licensed in any other states?
New York State.
I'm going to go back to January of 2023. Were you working in Massachusetts then?
Yes.
And where were you working?
Brigham and Women's Hospital.
And were you in that same role as a physician's assistant?
Yes.
And what were you doing? What were your general duties in that role working at Brigham and Women's?
Generally, you assess a patient, you diagnose, you formulate a plan with an attending physician, and you execute that plan throughout the day. It encompasses various things.
Were you working in any particular department at Brigham and Women's back in January of 2023?
Trauma, burn, surgical ICU.
Now, I'm going to draw your attention to a particular patient that came into the Brigham and Women's Hospital on January 24th of 2023. That patient was Lindsay Clancy. Do you recall encountering this patient on January 25th of 2023?
Yes.
And what did you do as it pertained to the care and treatment of this patient?
I received the information from the shift before me, formulated a plan, examined her, assessed her, staffed that plan with the attending physician, and executed that plan throughout the day.
And fair to say this particular patient had injuries that you were directed to observe, review, form that plan on?
Correct.
What were the injuries?
She had multiple injuries. The most acute were injuries that were requiring consultation with other services, and the ones that I directly managed were the lacerations to her wrists and her, just her wrists, actually.
And as far as when you say she had other acute injuries, you were not involved in the care of her for those, correct?
I was involved in the care that involved consulting other services to manage those things, yes.
Okay, and as far as any sort of repair work that you were doing as a physician's assistant working with the trauma surgeons, what repair work were you assigned to do?
Laceration repair.
And on this particular patient, where were the injuries or lacerations that you were going to repair?
She had multiple lacerations on both of her wrists. She had superficial on her neck, which I did not repair.
Okay. And as it pertained to the wrists, did you go through that process of observing, reviewing, coming up with a plan, and then repairing those injuries?
Yes.
And were you directed to do that by any particular doctor?
Not necessarily directed. A lot of those things fall within my scope, and since they were less acute, they kind of fell down the chain to me.
Okay. And you're aware that she was being seen and treated by a host of other doctors, nurses, an entire team?
Yes.
Okay. As it pertains to the wrist injuries, what did you do to examine those areas?
The first thing I do is assess the location, then I assess the severity, whether it requires intervention by someone other than myself. In this instance, it did not. So then I proceed with just kind of protocol laceration repair.
When would it be a situation where you'd need somebody else to intervene?
If it required surgical intervention or suturing repair beyond my skill set, in this instance, it did not.
Okay. And so referring to these particular injuries, when you observed them, did you observe any areas of active bleeding?
No.
And fair to say they had been treated by nurses and other staff prior to you encountering these injuries, correct?
Yes, they were dressed and covered before I got there.
Now, when you assessed them, you noted that they were bilateral, correct?
Yes.
What does that mean?
It means on both sides of the body, so both wrists.
Okay. And so referring to the right wrist, what were your observations of the injuries to the right wrist?
The right wrist, as far as my reference to the note, is that she had a few lacerations, one of which was severe and deep enough to require repair.
And fair to say that that right wrist injury was, the one that you repaired, was 3 centimeters deep?
Approximately, if that's what my note says, then that's what it was.
Okay. And on a wrist, or this area of the wrist where you observed the injuries, that depth of 3 centimeters, did that require further surgical intervention, or were you able to suture that area?
I was able to suture that area. As far as what happened subsequent to that, I wasn't there, so I'm not sure.
Okay. And how many sutures did you use to repair that injury?
I believe 3.
And in relation to any other cuts or lacerations that were on that right wrist, did any other of those lacerations require suturing?
No.
How did you treat those other injuries?
Just irrigation, meaning cleaning them out, and then using a type of tape to close them shut.
And that's generally referred to as a steri strip, correct?
Correct.
Okay. May I approach the witness?
Me.
Showing you 2 photographs. Do those photographs depict the repairs or the sutures that you did on the right wrist of Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
I would move to admit these as the next 2 exhibits.
All right, those may be admitted.
101 and 202.
I'm just going to show on the screen what's now been marked as Exhibit 201, and you should be able to see it, sir, on the screen in front of you. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And so this is the right wrist, correct?
Correct.
And those black lines in the middle of the photograph are those the sutures that you did?
Correct.
And just showing you 202, Exhibit 202. These white strips that are all around the injury, are those the steri strips?
Correct.
Now, on the left wrist, do you recall what you observed to be the injuries on that wrist?
I believe there was a similar laceration, just shorter in length, that required fewer sutures.
And fair to say, if your notes reflect that the left wrist had one, meaning just a singular 2 centimeter deep linear cut, that would have been what your observations were of the injury that you repaired?
Correct.
And how many sutures did that injury require?
1 suture.
And were there other areas that you observed that had some sort of laceration?
I believe similarly just superficial ones that needed steri strips.
And again, in treating this particular injury, when you came upon it, was there active bleeding or any concern that you needed more intervention other than a suture?
At that time, no.
I'm just going to show you 2 more photos. Are those familiar to you?
Yes.
And are those the suture that you did on the left wrist of Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, ma'am.
I move to admit these as the next 2 exhibits.
All right, that may be admitted, or they may be admitted. Thank you.
And now again, just showing what's been now marked as Exhibit 203. And you see the injury there on the wrist near the ruler in the photograph.
Yes.
And Exhibit 204, which is just a closer upshot of that. Is that correct?
Yes.
And again, you see the white strips. Those are also steri strips that were applied.
Correct.
Now, in relation to any of these wounds on the right or the left wrist, did you observe the lacerations to go any deeper than the subcutaneous tissue?
On my observation, no.
And when we talk subcutaneous tissue, we're talking about that fatty tissue underneath your skin, correct?
Correct.
And did you have to return at any point, to your knowledge, to readdress these issues or do any further laceration repair as it pertained to this patient?
On that shift, no.
Do you recall if you did it on any other shift?
No.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Reddington.
Is it Mr. Negri?
Agree, yes, sir.
And you're not a doctor, you're a physician assistant, is that what it is?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And how long had you worked for Brigham and Women's prior to seeing Lindsay Clancy that on January 24, 23?
I believe I was in my 2nd year of employment with Brigham and Women's.
Okay, and you got to keep your voice up because people back here have to be able to hear you too, okay?
I believe I was in my 2nd year of employment at Brigham and Women's.
You're not suggesting for 1 minute that after you did your butterfly stitches, Lindsay could have got up and walked out the door of the hospital, right?
No, sir.
And would you agree with me that, in fact, she was critically ill when you saw her, right?
Yes, sir.
And she certainly wasn't critically ill from COVID or a flu or something like that, right?
No, not to my knowledge.
You know that there are notes that are prepared for the records from the hospital. For example, on January 24, 2023, hospital admission form is filled out. Do you know a Dr. Jeffrey Andrew Anderson?
Yes.
And he was, what was his position that night?
He was one of the trauma surgeons and also one of the intensivists, the attending physicians in the ICU.
All right. And you've had a chance to review a number of records and photographs with the DAs, I imagine, right?
I've reviewed my own procedure note.
Okay, so what does that mean?
It means I reviewed the note that I wrote myself regarding the laceration repairs.
Okay, is that the note that indicates that it appears as though that, for example, on the right upper extremity, there's a 3.5 centimeter deep laceration on the volar aspect of the wrist?
I don't believe that I commented saying volar specifically, so I don't know if that's in regards to my note, but I believe my note did say about 3 centimeters deep, yes.
Okay, so do you recall indicating in your note that it was superficial laceration, or did you indicate that it was a deep laceration?
I indicated that some of them were superficial, and the one that I repaired in particular was 3 centimeters deep.
And you've had occasion to speak to the prosecutors on this case, and they've asked you about the superficial injury to her wrist, right?
Correct.
In addition to the, as indicated on page 75 of the Brigham and Women's Hospital record that I have, and we can fix that with other records if it doesn't coincide, there's a note from Dr. Anderson that the right upper extremity, 3.5 centimeter deep laceration, volar aspect of the wrist, left upper extremity, 2 centimeter deep laceration on the volar aspect of the wrist. Do you agree with that assessment?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then you were able to, as you say, clean it up with saline or whatever, and then you stitched up what you had to stitch up, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you have anything to do with the massive transfusion that she had?
No, sir.
Do you have anything to do with the treatment of the transected spine that she had, the shattered spine?
No, sir.
Do you have anything whatsoever to do with the insertion of tubes on both sides of her body and the draining of the blood that had pooled in her middle cavity?
Just the management of those tubes after, but not the placement.
Okay. So you were there while that was done?
I was there managing once they had been placed, but I was not there for the placement of them.
Okay,
no.
but you knew that they were in there, that they were draining
Correct.
the blood? Okay.
Yes.
And do you know where the blood came from that was in her middle extremity?
I don't know specifically. I'd have to refer back to the imaging reports.
In any event, you know that shortly thereafter she coded, right?
Yes.
Were you there for that?
No, sir.
And basically, that means that the patient has, in effect, died from cardiac arrest, right?
Not necessarily died, but their heart has stopped beating for that
And then
portion.
there's the crash teams and everybody hopefully revives the person, right?
Correct.
And you guys did that, or they did, and they were successful reviving her, correct? So without going through everything, you'd agree with me, sir, that your observations would be of the wrist, the repair, and the taking care of the tubes after they were inserted into both sides of her chest.
That's correct.
And that was your involvement extended, correct? You're all done after that.
I was involved in the ongoing management of her care throughout the day, but just as you stated, not the things that you asked me about.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Sure.
I'd offer these.
They're part of the record.
like this, though.
I would object if we could approach.
I don't want to have a jury having to go through 10.
No, I know that. Listen, you want to mark them for identification, and then we can address that.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
I may just with a few questions.
Sure.
Mr. Negri, I'm just going to approach and show you.
Hold on a second. Is that Mark? Okay, thank you. All right, thank you.
Just show you a page from the records that's labeled Brigham and Women's, page 76. You can hold it in front of us.
Specifically, this highlighted area?
Yeah, I would direct your attention to the bottom paragraph where it says exam. That's not your note from the record, correct?
Correct.
And when it's noted that the right upper extremity, left upper extremity has 3.5 centimeter deep laceration, 2 centimeter deep laceration, deep in the medical notes is not an adjective of it, correct? It's more of a directionality of the injury.
It's a description of, yeah, basically an objective unit of measure.
But when we say deep, it means that it goes down into the skin as opposed to across the
It doesn't
skin.
matter what we say, it's what the records say.
All right, I understand. Go ahead. Just, if you could ask that question again.
As far as your assessment of injuries, deep goes down in the skin as opposed to across the skin.
Correct.
Okay. And as far as Dr. Anderson goes, you knew that him to be one of the attendings and a trauma surgeon in this case. Were you aware that on January 24th he had examined these injuries and indicated they did not require repair at that time?
I don't recall specifically, I'm sorry.
But you came in to repair these on January 25th?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Reddington, anything on that?
No, thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you. You're all set. Attorney Buckingham, please.
The Commonwealth would call Nicholas Roberts as its next witness, please.
Good morning, sir. Can you stop right there? Raise your right hand for the clerk, please.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant class shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. May I have a seat?
Why don't you step, please?
Good morning, sir. All right, counsel.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
It's Nicholas Roberts.
And where do you currently work?
I work for a company called Thermo Fisher.
What is that? What do they do?
They sell plenty of laboratory-based products, including refrigeration. They sell solvents. They do instruments as well.
Prior to working for that company, did you work for the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
I did.
In what unit did you work for the crime lab?
I was in the toxicology unit.
How long did you work for the crime lab?
For about 9 years.
And in working for the crime lab, what kind of training and experience did you have to work in the toxicology unit?
Prior to being hired, I have both a bachelor's and a master's degree in applied forensic science with a concentration in chemistry and toxicology. I also have the master's is in forensic toxicology. While being hired on the job, they provide training for all the in-house stuff that we test for, which includes not only a theory-based training, but also practical stuff so that you can analyze and run all the tests that we do in-house.
And as far as your work in the toxicology unit, fair to say in January of 2023 or February of 2023, you were what's referred to as a forensic scientist 2, correct?
Yes.
And throughout your time at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, did you have to undergo competency tests and proficiency tests?
Yes.
And why is that? Why do you have to do that?
So mainly it's to...
I know
Hold
the
on.
gentleman,
We
he's
get to go
qualified.
hold on. One at a time. Okay. Is there
I'm just
objection?
saying, I know he's qualified, and I have no problem with his credentials and his testimony.
All right. All right. Counsel?
Thank you. Sir, in working at the State Police Crime Lab, did you just work in the toxicology unit, or did you work in any other units in your time there?
No, only in toxicology.
Okay. Now, as it pertains to the toxicology unit, fair to say the State Police Crime Lab has a specific set of protocols and procedures that are followed in every case?
Yes.
Okay. And at that time in February of 2023, was the State Police Crime Lab using the batch review process?
Yes.
And so when the state police use this process, there are a number of different technicians or forensic scientists that work on any given case. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And at the end of it, one analyst is responsible for reviewing all the data and authoring a report?
Yes.
And based on your training and experience, if you're that person reviewing the data and authoring the report, do you have the ability to interpret some of the data in the report?
Yes.
Or data in the testing, I should say?
Yes, we review all the data that is provided within the case file.
And did you, during your time at the crime lab in the toxicology unit, stay up to date on various types of drugs and quantifications of those drugs and what that could mean for levels in a person's blood or urine?
Yes, they keep us up to date on drugs that are commonly used.
So one of the roles in the toxicology unit is for you to report whether substances are detected in blood and urine. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And at some points, are you also called upon to interpret the levels of those drugs?
So in blood, we report values, so we get concentrations of the different drugs, and we mainly report them in blood.
Okay. And as far as the concentration levels themselves, did you have training and experience on interpreting those levels?
We usually get training on the effects of the drugs. It's hard to say with some drugs, as well as some people, what one level might mean for one person. It might differ, and you have different effects on another.
Okay, and fair to say that's a limitation of just reviewing blood and not knowing anything else about a case, right?
Yes.
At the toxicology unit, at the crime lab, is there a limitation as to how or what types of drugs can actually be quantified or given concentration levels?
Yes, we only quantify certain drugs.
And what happens if there are other drugs present and there's a request for quantification or concentration levels? What does your lab do with that?
Usually they're sent out to another lab in order for testing.
And are you familiar with the NMS lab?
Yes.
Is that, or was that at that time, a common lab that would be sent drugs that you could not quantify in your lab?
Yes.
I'm going to direct your attention to the lab number of 23-01, excuse me, 01723. It's a case that you were the reporting analyst on, correct?
Yes.
And fair to say that there were several items that were submitted to the toxicology unit as specimens,
Yes.
including blood, plasma, and urine.
Yes.
And did you work with other members of the toxicology unit to have those specimens screened and then further tested?
Yes, the batch process was followed.
And as far as any screening tests, did you yourself do any screening tests on these items?
Yes.
What screening test did you do?
The screening for the alcohol.
And was there any alcohol present?
No.
And in this screening for alcohol, does it just tell you whether it was detected or not detected?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you don't have a result, there's nothing further to do.
Correct.
Now, as far as the blood that was tested in this case, in the urine, you were aware that there were screening tests done for what's called the ELISA screen, benzodiazepines, and general unknown screens for these samples, correct?
Yes, that's usually our protocol.
And in any of those circumstances, were there positive results?
Yes.
And as it pertained to the positive results, what's your understanding of what was positive?
So to my knowledge, it was positive for the benzodiazepine panel in ELISA. That would have gotten further confirmatory testing done on it to see the levels as well as the individual types of benzos that were present in the blood. And the same was for the urine as well. We also identified a few substances via our general unknown screen, which was confirmed in blood and urine.
Now, as far as...
Counsel, is there an agreement as to whose blood is being tested at this point instead of just by the number?
Yes.
I mean, it might be easier for everybody, for the jury to follow.
So would Your Honor just like me to read the results?
No, just instead of referring to it by a number, well, let me see it sidebar.
Of course, a sidebar. Of course.
I tell you that your report was previously entered as Exhibit 183. Have you had the opportunity to review your report before coming today?
Yes.
And so the lab number that we've been referring to, you're aware that the person associated with that lab number was actually a woman by the name of Lindsay Clancy.
Yes.
Okay. Now, as far as the testing that was done, you received results to the positive benzodiazepines in the screen, and then it was confirmed, correct?
Correct.
How many benzodiazepines were present?
There were at least 4 or 5.
Okay. And were you able to get concentration levels from the blood samples after that screen and the confirmatory tests?
Yes.
And again, already in evidence, but the toxicology report for item 10-101 on the blood with those benzodiazepines, there's diazepam, correct?
Yes.
Norodiazepam,
Yes.
oxazepam,
Yep.
temazepam,
Yes.
and lorazepam.
Yes.
And as far as your review of the testing on those substances and the concentration levels, did anything about any of those levels stand out to you as far as based on your training and experience?
Only that they were reportable.
Okay. Are you familiar whether they're in any sort of therapeutic level for any of those drugs?
I'm not sure.
Okay. You mentioned there were also other substances that were detected in the general unknown screen, correct?
Yes.
And that would have been mirtazapine, lamotrigine, quetiapine metabolite, and trazodone.
Yes.
And was your lab able to get concentration levels for those?
No.
And so what did you do, or what was done with the samples or the specimens as it pertained to those substances?
To my knowledge, they were sent to NMS labs.
And you've previously stated that you are trained on effects of certain types of drugs, but your limitation is you don't know how it affects a particular individual, correct?
Correct.
These particular 5 benzodiazepines, do you know where they fall in the type of drug, what the general effects of those drugs are?
Benzos tend to be central nervous system depressants.
Okay. And the ones that were detected, but you don't have the levels for mirtazapine in the list I read, what category are those drugs?
Those tend to also be central nervous system depressants. Quetiapine in particular is usually known to treat bipolar disorder or schizophrenia.
And as it pertains to the presence of the 5 benzodiazepines, your testing is limited in that you don't know whether that was from one medication or multiple medications, correct?
Correct, because the nordiazepam, oxazepam, and temazepam tend to be metabolites of diazepam.
No further questions.
Attorney Reddington.
Morning.
Morning.
How you doing?
Not too bad yourself?
All right. Just a couple of brief questions. First of all, this would be a blood sample that was taken from Lindsay on a particular, like one day. This is not a panel of samples, right?
There would have been a few different test tubes submitted to us.
Okay, test tubes, but when you draw in other words, when you draw the blood, it would basically be the same time that they put it in different test tubes.
Yes, I'm not familiar with these specific ones, like if they were done over a span of time, but usually.
That's fair enough. I mean, but you have the test tubes and you know that it's Lindsay Clancy's blood, right?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that that's a fairly large number of drugs and metabolites that are in that particular blood sample, right?
I have seen more.
Well, I'm sure, but nevertheless, that's still a large number of drugs, though, right?
Yeah, there's quite a few.
And you don't know, as working your job for the state police at that time, you don't know how many of these drugs are coming from scripts, prescriptions, and things of that nature, right?
No.
One of the things that you had mentioned were metabolites, and you said that because the district attorney asked you about different benzodiazepines, this PAM, that PAM, this PAM, that PAM, and then you responded and said, yeah, but there's a lot of metabolites involved in that, right? What does that mean?
So a metabolite is just a breakdown of anything usually by the body. So you have what we call a parent drug, and the body, if you ingest that, the body would then break it down or put it into a more digestible form in order to get rid of it.
Okay. So when you have a number of metabolites, for example, someone may have a prescription for amitriptyline or a prescription for Zoloft or Ativan or something. And they take the pill and it's in their system, and then over time it would metabolize and there'd be different PAMs or whatever it is that would break down into the blood. Is that right?
Yes.
How about tetrahydrocannabinols, THC, marijuana? What was the level on that?
To my knowledge, we didn't find any.
No marijuana, right?
Correct.
Thank you very much, sir.
All right. Attorney Buckingham, any redirect?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. You sit down there. Come on.
Your Honor, at this time, upon agreement, I'd ask to admit as the next exhibit just a chart that the parties have agreed upon that lists the brand names of some of the drugs that have been spoken about throughout the course of the trial, as well as what they were also known as for the ease of the jurors.
All right.
Yes, that's by agreement, Judge.
All right. All right. So by agreement, that may be admitted.
And the Commonwealth would call Dr. Jonathan Brower as its next witness.
Good morning, sir. Morning. Can you stop right here and raise your right hand for the clerk, please?
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury that are now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant, the bar, shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You may have a seat.
Watch your step, please.
All right. Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
All right. Ask you to keep your voice up so the jury can hear you. And with that, counsel.
Thank you. Good morning, sir. Can you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
It's Justin Brower, B-R-O-W-E-R.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a forensic toxicologist for NMS Laboratories.
And where is that laboratory located?
The laboratory is located in Horsham, Pennsylvania, just north of Philadelphia.
And what does your laboratory do?
We are a reference laboratory. We do postmortem work, clinical work, and forensic drug work. So primarily my role is on the forensic side. I'm a forensic toxicologist.
And does your lab receive specimens from all across the country?
We do. We have clients in all 50 states. We do approximately half of the postmortem work in the United States, as well as a large number of clinical clients.
And is your lab accredited across several states and across the country?
We are, because we deal with all the states in the United States, all the states in the country. We are accredited by just about every accrediting body that I'm aware of in the clinical and forensic aspects, as well as a lot of state certifications. So a lot of states have their own requirements. The most notable one is like New York State. So we're accredited by, again, every accrediting body that I'm aware of.
Okay. And how long have you worked for NMS Laboratory?
4 years as of August 1st.
Okay. And what's your educational background as a forensic toxicologist?
I have a PhD in organic chemistry.
Where did you get that from?
The University of Nevada.
And do you have any other professional experience in this field prior to working for NMS?
I do. Before joining NMS Laboratories, I was a laboratory supervisor and then forensic toxicologist for the North Carolina Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, which is a statewide system. So we did the postmortem toxicology work for all 100 counties of the state of North Carolina.
And when it comes to your role in the forensic area of doing the toxicology testing, what is your role in the NMS lab when it comes to cases that come to the laboratory for forensic analysis?
So when a case comes into NMS, and is logged in, and the assigned or the requested test assigned and then run and reviewed multiple times in the laboratory. When all that testing is completed, it comes to the toxicology department, and my role is to review every aspect of that case. So I'm making sure that everything on the toxicology report is complete and accurate, such as all the demographic information that we have available to us, you know, the name of the decedent or the patient, date of birth, where it's from, the specimens that we received, and then also that all of everything that is reported is complete and accurate, making sure that all the drugs that were tested for are reported, that the reported concentrations are correct and accurate, and looking at every piece of raw data accumulated from the laboratory with that case, associated with that case.
Fair to say the NMS laboratory uses a batch review workflow.
That is correct. So we not only run the cases in batches, so we don't run one case at a time. That's not very efficient. I don't really know of any laboratory that does that anymore. So we will run cases, 10, 15, 30 or 40 at a time.
So as far as running a particular tests and getting the raw data, that's usually done by other people in the laboratory, correct?
That is correct.
And then you come in at the end and review everything and have the ability to interpret the data.
That is correct.
Your training and experience as a forensic toxicologist, does that allow you to interpret concentration levels of particular types of drugs?
It does.
Okay. Now, as far as the testing done at NMS laboratories, the traditional testing is kind of the drug testing, the panels for different common drugs, correct?
And typically, we have clients request panels to be run where we're looking for, multiple drugs and classes of drugs at a time.
But are there circumstances when outside laboratories or outside individuals retain your lab in order to run specific tests?
Oh, absolutely.
Now, I'm going to draw your attention to this particular case. Was your laboratory provided a blood sample from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab in April of 2023?
I believe so. I'd really like to see the toxicology report so I can just confirm all of that, please.
Sure.
I have no objection to that.
Sure. Thank you so much.
You can hang on to that.
That's fine.
Okay. Correct. We received the specimens on April 7th, 2023.
Okay. And it came from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
No. I don't know where they were initially sent from, but the client or the submitting agency is the District Attorney's Office of Plymouth.
Okay. Now, as it pertains to the requested testing that was done, was it that panel that you described, or was it more specific testing?
This is what we call direct testing, where they requested just 4 specific drugs to be tested for.
And what were the 4 specific tests requested?
Lamotrigine, mirtazapine, quetiapine, and trazodone.
Are you familiar with those substances or those drugs?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you reviewed all of the data and information done at your lab in regards to these tests, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Were they able to identify concentration levels in the sample that was submitted for each one of those 4 substances?
Yes, ma'am.
And for the first, can you tell us what the result was?
Would you like me just run down the list?
Sure.
Okay. We detected lamotrigine in a concentration of 6.1 micrograms per milliliter, mirtazapine at a concentration of 200 nanograms per milliliter, quetiapine at a concentration of 1,800 nanograms per milliliter, and trazodone at a concentration of 0.44 micrograms per milliliter, and these were all in blood.
In blood. And so with each drug that you just listed, are you familiar with what the common name is for the drugs?
I'm not always that great with common names, but I can wing it.
Okay. Well, the lamotrigine, and forgive me if I botched
That's okay.
the pronunciation, that's also referred to commonly as Lamictal.
It is correct, Lamictal.
What kind of drug is that?
It's typically used as an anti-seizure medication. So if somebody has a seizure disorder, it can be prescribed to alleviate seizures, but it is also used for bipolar disorder as well.
And mirtazapine, fair to say that's commonly referred to as Remeron.
Correct.
And what kind of drug is that?
That is typically an antidepressant.
And quetiapine, what's that common drug?
Quetiapine is known as Seroquel.
And fair to say that's an antipsychotic as well for bipolar?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with whether that often can be prescribed in low doses for sleep?
It is. It can be for insomnia.
And trazodone, what's the common name for trazodone, if you know?
I am drawing a blank on the trazodone.
If I suggest trazamine, is that familiar?
Not the one I'm most familiar with, and I apologize.
That's okay, but you're familiar with trazodone.
Correct,
And
yeah.
what class of drug is that?
That's an antidepressant.
Now, in your review of the levels that were detected in these 4 tests for each of these substances, do any of these levels appear to be outside therapeutic concentration levels?
The only one that's a little elevated would be the quetiapine.
Okay.
So we're gonna take a very short break at this time, all right? So this will be a short break, then we'll come right back, all right?
All right. Please go to notebook, please come on the chairs. This way, please.
Gosh, I don't even think they were
We'll be right
doing anything that long to be taking no break.
for a short recess, we'll come right back out.
Half hour?
Hopefully not.
I mean, they already got a short day. That seems weird. Maybe the judge got to go to a potty break. Maybe he had too much coffee this morning. And look how long that break was. I can't deal. They've been gone 13 minutes so far. Whatever. I'm so over them. I don't know. This case is becoming hard to cover. Let me see. So just following up with some, because I did want to get us in court earlier today, so that's why I kind of stopped in regards to my recap. So just kind of recapping, when we had Patrick Clancy on the stand, of course, you know, he was the prosecutor's first witness, so he had basically testified that Lindsay had been struggling mentally. He loved and supported her, you know, that this was not the woman that he married. They repeatedly sought to get her some type of help. He describes frightening changes in her behavior. And he also had to describe that devastating night when he returned. You say it's dragging on your last nerve? Yeah. I can't even argue. One thing that strikes me a lot with Patrick's testimony, just for me and my personal thing, is that Lindsay appeared to be having her best day of one of her days when this happened. That seemed like she was like thinking about it, contemplating it all day, because most psychiatrists or psychologists say that when people are about to self-harm or harm others, oh boy, others, that they're having the best day ever kind of situation. I do want to put these clothes in here. I mean, clothes. Look, y'all hear me? I'm so crazy. Clothes. I'm talking about some dang on clothes. I want to put these questions. I put these questions in here. Oh gosh, I'm talking about some damn clothes. Oh my goodness. So I do want to highlight that now we talking to the guy who from NMS Laboratories, Justin. It's good to hear the therapeutic levels of what she had in her system, and what these drugs could have done to her. That's going to be very important for when they do have the expert come testify in regards to what they found in her system. Maybe she was manic. I don't think you get manic from that. At least not from what I heard other people talk about, other like doctors, because I'm not a doctor, of course, but I've been listening to some shows where doctors have, I don't know if she was manic. You say you don't need clothes? You sure? I got questions. I want to put these questions in here, not no damn clothes. I don't know why clothes came out of my mouth. Oh gosh, I tell y'all, sometimes my mouth moves faster than my brain.
Jurors enter.
Yeah, I'm trying to write down all these prescriptions that she was on. I'm not even gonna call them prescriptions. Hey Barb, welcome in.
Now in session. Please be seated.
All right, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including Ms. Clancy and including the 18 jurors.
All right. All right. Counsel?
Thank you. Dr. Brower, before we broke, we mentioned the term therapeutic concentration. You familiar with that term?
Correct.
What does that mean?
It's the typical concentration that one would achieve when they're taking the medication or drug as indicated by their prescriber.
And are you familiar with toxic concentrations or suicidal concentrations?
I am.
And what does that mean?
Those are concentrations that could lead to adverse events and potentially death.
Now, in relation to the 4 substances that were tested at the NMS laboratory, you identified the levels for each of the 4 substances. Were any of those concentration levels considered within therapeutic concentration?
It would all be in what I would say a therapeutic concentration, except maybe the quetiapine, which is slightly elevated.
Okay. And in your experience as a forensic toxicologist, have you had the occasion to review cases, post-mortem cases in which suicide was a mechanism of death where the person consumed medication?
Absolutely, yes.
And so that level of the quetiapine at the 800 nanograms per milliliter, would that have been in that toxic or suicidal level?
No, ma'am.
Would you generally expect to see that significantly greater in a suicide case?
Typically, quetiapines in suicide cases might be in the, close to 10,000 nanograms per milliliter. Usually people take handfuls of pills when they're trying to harm themselves and take their own life, and this is not consistent with that.
Now, are you also familiar in your training and experience with the class of drugs called benzodiazepines?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you have the occasion to interpret data as it pertains to concentration levels for those?
Every single day.
And as far as the substances diazepam, noradiazepam, oxazepam, temazepam, lorazepam, you're familiar with those?
I am.
And it's fair to say noradiazepam, oxazepam, temazepam, those are all metabolites of diazepam?
Typically, yes, ma'am.
And what's the common name for diazepam?
Valium.
If I show you what's marked as Exhibit 183 already. Can you see that on the screen beside you?
I can, yes.
Okay.
Right there.
Can you see the levels?
They're all blurry.
Yep, hold on one second. There we go.
My eyesight's not great too, so
Okay, so
That's perfect.
That's the best I can do with the autofocus.
don't touch it.
Anything about the levels that you observed here regarding those substances, those benzodiazepines, that tell you that they're outside therapeutic concentration levels?
The diazepam and the nordiazepam, oxazepam, and temazepam metabolites, the diazepam looks to be sub-therapeutic, meaning lower than what is typically expected from a therapeutic dose. Most therapeutic doses of diazepam, which is an anxiolytic drug or an anti-anxiety drug, are typically 200, 250 thereabouts nanogram per milliliter. The lorazepam, depending upon the dose, could be a therapeutic concentration, if not maybe a little bit lower than expected.
Okay. Thank you. Now, when you're reviewing these cases as the reporting forensic toxicologist, are there limitations on what you can say about the effects of these types of medications?
We can speak as to the general effects that drugs can have on the general population, but we try to restrict ourselves from saying with absolute certainty that a drug will have this effect on this specific person, because we just aren't there to witness their behavior.
Okay, so that was kind of the follow-up. So
I'm sorry.
What are the things that are the unknowns for you when you're just looking at data?
When we say that we can't do toxicology in a vacuum. You can't know everything about the case just by looking at numbers on the toxicology report and drugs on a toxicology report. You need other information to have an informed opinion. In the postmortem world, that would be the investigation itself, the history of the case, the scene findings, interviews with families and friends of the decedent. As well as autopsy findings as well. In a case like this where it's not a decedent and the person is alive, you still need to know some facts of the case, some sort of history of the case, like what happened. So just numbers on a page, you can just make very generalized types of opinions, such as that looks to be therapeutic, it looks to be high, it looks to be low, and then again, just the general effects on the drugs on people.
And in this particular instance, you were not provided any further information about the case or the investigation in order to make any more opinions about effects.
I knew nothing about this case until we spoke, I think it was probably a few weeks ago.
And as far as the information available to you, you only had the data from the specimen that was tested, correct?
That is correct. Just these 4 drugs that were requested to be tested for.
And as far as the drugs, the 4 drugs that were tested by your lab, what are the general characteristics of some of those drugs?
So these are generally antidepressants and antipsychotic medications. So if somebody had, the lamotrigine, if somebody has, say, bipolar disorder, like wild mood swings, depressive episodes or psychotic episodes, these drugs could be prescribed. They also have depressant effects, so they could make people become lethargic or sleepy.
Okay, and would any of the combination of these drugs cause a person to stop breathing?
It's possible, especially the mirtazapine, quetiapine, the trazodone, and then the 2 other benzodiazepines. Those are all central nervous system depressants, so they could, in large combinations or large concentrations and in combination with each other, cause central nervous system depression, which could reduce people's respiration rates.
But in the levels that you observed in the testing that your lab did, as well as what I just showed you from Exhibit 183, is there anything about those concentration levels that would give you a sense that the person could have stopped breathing as a result of these?
Not necessarily, but if I had the information that, a patient presented to an emergency department and they had labored breathing and weren't breathing adequately, and I had this information, then you could probably tie all that together. But without that extra information, then generally no.
Based on the levels alone, you can't give any sort of opinion?
I would like to not.
Okay. And finally, are you familiar with the drug Narcan?
I am.
And what kind of effect does the drug Narcan have on a person who has consumed these drugs, if any?
Just these drugs that we've talked about here today?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Absolutely nothing.
Can you explain to us why it is that Narcan wouldn't have an effect?
Narcan is an opioid overdose reversal agent. It is an opioid antagonist. So it binds to the opioid receptors, so it doesn't allow other opioids like, say, fentanyl or oxycodone to bind to those receptors to have, to exert its effects. So it only works on opioids. None of these drugs work on the opioid receptors, so Narcan would have no effect whatsoever on these drugs.
Okay, thank you.
Attorney Reddington.
Good morning.
Dr. Brower, so one of the things that you had mentioned is that you, and I think I would quote you, I would like not to give an opinion without basically the underlying facts. In other words, what you're saying is that the numbers alone do not tell the tale of what happened to a particular individual, right?
Correct. They don't tell the entire story.
Right. And you're, for NMS Laboratory, you were retained or working for the DA's office, these people here, right?
That was the submitting agency, correct.
And they certainly were not constrained from picking up the phone and calling you and telling you that this is blood from a woman that threw herself out a window and tried to kill herself after cutting her wrists and her neck. They could have told you that, right?
Overruled.
It's possible that does happen in rare occasions in high-profile cases.
Right. And so that would have been something, for example, the facts that you wanted to know, that you would have liked to have known to kind of round out your opinion about the actual level of the drugs in the blood that you examined, right?
It's not necessary.
Well, it's not necessary, but you did indicate that you would like to not give an opinion without the facts.
Correct.
Okay.
Today.
From the witness stand.
Correct. I don't have all the information.
Of course. And the word therapeutic, is that consistent with, in other words, the treatment level of a particular narcotic or drug in the blood?
Correct. It's the concentration of the drug in the body to elicit an effect or the desired effect.
Trying to find the record. As it relates to the therapeutic level, sir, is it your understanding that the lorazepam, lorazepam, clonazepam, the counsel had asked you about the benzodiazepines were within therapeutic, thank you, within therapeutic level?
I'm sorry, I had trouble hearing you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. They were within therapeutic level?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the entire question?
Sure. What is lamotrigine?
Lamotrigine is typically used as an anti-seizure medication and could also be used for bipolar disorder.
Okay. Do you have the results for your lab in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Toxicology? Yeah, you can read along just so you can refresh your memory if it helps. The lamotrigine, it says 6.1. What does that mean?
6.1 micrograms per milliliter. So there were 6.1 micrograms of lamotrigine per milliliter of blood.
All right. Is that above therapeutic, below therapeutic, or therapeutic?
It's right in the middle of the therapeutic range.
So if somebody had a prescription, for example, for that narcotic or that drug, then they were taking the drug according to the recommended dose, right?
And that's what it would appear to me if they were prescribed it, correct?
How about the mirtazapine?
The mirtazapine also looks to be probably used appropriately as prescribed.
And you need a prescription for that, don't you?
Yes, you need a prescription for all four of these drugs.
Okay. And what is there another name for mirtazapine?
Remeron.
Remeron. All right. And what is the purpose, or what do you use Remeron for?
It's an antidepressant.
How about the quetiapine is the number 3?
The quetiapine is also known as Seroquel, and that is generally used as an antipsychotic.
And what does that mean when you say an antipsychotic? What does that mean?
So somebody has psychotic episodes, say like hallucinations or just not seeing reality like quote normal person would, they could be prescribed quetiapine as an antipsychotic to try to kind of level out their brain chemistry.
And what was the result on the quetiapine?
1,800 nanograms per milliliter.
Now, is that within therapeutic? Is that below or high?
It looks high to me, depending upon the dosage.
Okay. And trazodone is the next one. What is that?
Trazodone is also an antidepressant.
And what's the result on that?
Oh, I'm sorry, 0.44 micrograms per milliliter.
Okay. And is that therapeutic, below therapeutic, or above therapeutic?
I would say that's a therapeutic concentration.
Okay. So basically, with the exception of the quetiapine that was 1,800 nanograms per... What is a nanogram? What does that mean? Nanograms per milliliter. What does that mean?
It's a very, very small amount. It's 1/millionth of a milligram.
Okay. And that's how you measure the quantity of a particular substance that would be in a person's blood, correct?
In the blood, correct.
So on the quetiapine at 1,800 nanograms per milliliter, that's the only one that was not therapeutic. That was a little higher than therapeutic. Is that correct?
Correct. It's approximately maybe double what you might expect. So it's, when I say it's a little elevated, it's not in a concentration that I would consider to be necessarily toxic or lethal.
Okay. And you don't know, working for NMS Labs, sir, whether or not a person had a prescription for these drugs, or when they got the prescription, or who gave them the prescription. You don't know that, right?
I have none of that information, no.
You could have known that if somebody had told you that, but you don't know it from looking at the numbers that we have here, right?
Correct. It's possible if they would have given us that information. We don't always need to have it, though.
Sure. All right, this is what I offered for Kale.
Can I just see it again first?
Oh, sure.
If we can just approach quickly on the issue.
Yeah.
Of course, a sidebar. So we are at number 9, and this is just counting from yesterday to today, guys. Good grief. Good morning, Susie. Good morning, good morning, good morning. So it looked like she had an antipsychotic drug in her prescription in her system. So it looks like they, because I did hear that I don't know which drug it is, which prescription it is. I gotta stop saying drug. I don't know which prescription it is, but I know I heard that you have to layer the prescription with something to be antipsychotic. I think it is the bipolar one. But my question would be is that if I think they do got a Buc-ee's there in Ohio, Gabber. They just built one. I want to say is gosh, I can't remember. It's one in Ohio. Cause I was looking at trying to go to Buc-ee's when I come up there to go to Cedar Point. But they just built one down here in Arizona too. We got our first one. They built another one in Ohio in Mansfield, but it's one up there. Look, I done lost my train of thought looking in the chat. That's why I can't be looking in the chat. I'm not able to multitask like that. But so if she has an antipsychotic in her drug, so what are we seeing? Like so nothing works on her? Because if don't nothing work on her, then yeah, she need to just be locked up forever. Like if don't nothing work. Or am I missing something here? Because nothing works for her. I'm just trying to figure this out because if she got an antipsychotic that's supposed to keep her from being psychotic, she has a depression medication that's supposed to keep her from being depressed. She has an anxiety medication that's supposed to keep her from having so much anxiety. She has something to help her sleep, and nothing works.
So we're going to introduce that exhibit at this time.
Yeah, we haven't went to the Buc-ee's just yet, Susie. I know. When it first came, oh gosh. They had lines around the door. I heard they got a good let me pause that. They have a what is it? I don't know. Is it not prime rib? It's some kind of I don't know. It's some kind of beef meat that they have. Okay, so Drunky said that I think she wasn't waiting long enough to take her meds. Yeah, and it depends on which medication. Like this medication stuff is gonna be very important. I'm probably gonna have to go back and listen to it so I can break it down to y'all a little bit better. But it's gonna be very important because some medications don't have that long of a life cycle. So the only ones that we're talking about that she may needed time from is the ones that would be in your system for a while, right? And second of all, when we talk about that, typically when you are prescribed some kind of medication, it's not a magic pill. It typically takes 3 to 4 weeks to get in your system, but I think if you have side effects from it, they may present themselves a little bit earlier. So I think a lot of this stuff just gonna come really into play in regards to it. And yeah, whatever notes you guys can take, We just got one in Goodyear, Ruth. Oh, the brisket. Thank you, Valerie. It's the brisket. Yeah, I gotta find out. I gotta get over there. Yeah, we have one. They just put one in Goodyear. Yeah, so it's about maybe an hour and 20 minutes from where I'm at. And we got plenty of quick trips. Okay, I'm gonna have to put that down. Yeah, so I'm gonna try to, like I said, I'll go back and listen to the testimony that he's providing because I think this is very informational testimony. Because remember, the state is building brick upon brick upon brick upon brick, right? Because they have to, say what's in their system, who tested it, and everybody's giving their knowledge on it. Like he's telling us everything is therapeutic. So it wasn't like it was anything extra. It wasn't like it was something that a person that is committing self-deletion levels. Except for he said one was double, and I'll get that information as we go along. Yeah, country girl. Yeah, that's my thought too. Yeah, but if you're having side effects, your doctor does ask you, like, they see you once a month. They be like, okay, what are you experiencing? That's on any medication though. Like any medication that you should be taking, your doctor is going to ask you, unless it's some Tylenol or Advil or something like that. They typically are, especially if it's something new, they want to follow up with you. I know when I was first diagnosed with diabetes, they was like, okay, we're going to put you on this metformin, but we want you to come back every month so we can see. And these are the side effects that you may experience. So if you experience this, give us a call and we'll take it from there. So maybe she kept switching because she was having those side effects pretty early on, but I don't think she ever had time for really like a medication to settle in enough. But it's going to be very important for us to understand which medications have a good, a quick life cycle. Because some of them, you don't need to be weaned off. It doesn't take time. It's nothing like that. So I think that's going to be important in regards to, at least for the state, if they're trying to say, well, she wasn't taking her stuff as prescribed, how she should have been taking it. Yeah. So let's go in here and go back into the trial. Here we go, guys.
That exhibit at this time.
Thank you. So just if I may, Susan, approach it. This basically is an NMS lab report.
Same as this one.
Same numbers on the top, right? Where the square is?
Correct.
Same numbers. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you, sir. That's all I have.
All right.
All right. Yeah, Commonwealth?
Just, Dr. Brower, you, in fact, once got this case for review, you authored a corrected report in regards to this case, correct?
Correct.
At this point, I would move to admit the report as submitted.
All right, that may be admitted as well.
Thank you. Nothing further.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
All right. All right, thank you, Doctor.
Am I released?
You're all set. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, prior to the next witness, the Commonwealth would move to submit 4 stipulations the parties have entered into. The first being a stipulation regarding DNA known standard samples. The second being a stipulation regarding DNA evidence for the blue exercise band and the red-brown stain on the basement floor. The third being the stipulation regarding DNA evidence for the yellow exercise band and the black exercise band. And the fourth being the stipulation regarding DNA comparisons for the blue exercise band and the red-brown stain in the basement.
That's right, we don't need to have all those witnesses.
All right, so those stipulations may be entered as exhibits.
See, Reddington know what he doing. He letting the jury know, look, I'm not trying to drag this out 8 weeks. We have stipulated to this. It's okay. And you know why, Judge? Let me speak this out loudly. Strategy, strategy, strategy. He said, that's because we don't, in that way, we don't need all those witnesses. You know, the jury hearing that, right? So the jury knows in their head, like, look, the state wanted to put on all these witnesses, but guess what? The defense is saving us all this time. Shout out to the defense. Because they are stipulating to this, and Reddington told us that way they don't have to bring all the witnesses in. So there you go.
Counsel, do you want those published or read to the jury, or satisfied that they'll have those? And the parties can refer to the contents of the stipulations.
The only one we would like to have read to the jury, I'm sorry, are you all set? Take your time.
That's on me. I kind of jumped in there. I'm sorry.
Exhibits 208 through 211. Would be the exhibit 211, the stipulation regarding the comparisons for the blue band and the red-brown stain.
Yeah, I don't, if she wants you to read it, I don't have a problem.
Yeah.
I think it was defense that wanted you to read it. I'm fine.
Well, you know what? I want to read it. All right? So that's what we'll do. All right. So, members of the jury, remember, I think it was yesterday or the day before, I talked a little bit about those stipulations. So the same instructions. All right? These are facts that I'm going to read that the parties have agreed to, that you can rely on in arriving at your verdict at the end of this case. These four that was just introduced, you'll have all four of them with you back in the jury room when you deliberate. But so let me just read this one stipulation. This doesn't mean this stipulation is any more important than any of the other ones, but the parties would like me to just read this one here. All right, so this is a stipulation regarding the DNA comparisons for the blue exercise band and the red-brown stain. It was marked A. Now, in the above captioned matter, the parties agree to the following facts as it pertains to the DNA comparisons for the blue exercise band and the red-brown stain A in the basement. Number one, forensic scientist Emily Oliver reviewed and interpreted the data relating to the question items, parentheses, item 2-4, blue exercise band, and item 3-3, the red-brown stain A from the basement floor, close parentheses, and conducted comparison analysis to the known standards in this case. Number two, the parties agreed to the following conclusions regarding comparison analysis of these items. A, item 2-4.1.1, sample from the ends of the blue exercise band. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors. There are 5 individuals who have a likelihood ratio that indicates an inclusion in the profile. They are Dawson Clancy, Callan Clancy, Cora Clancy, Lindsay Clancy, and Patrick Clancy. B, item 2-4.2.1, sample from the middle of the blue exercise band. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors. Callan Clancy is included as a major contributor. And C, item 3-3.1, sample of swabs from the red-brown stain A on the basement floor. The DNA profile was interpreted as originating from a single contributor. Cora Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. So that's the stipulation that the parties have agreed to. All right.
And one last stipulation to be marked as the next exhibit, the stipulation regarding the batch work done at NMS Labs. We're not asking that this be read at this
Okay,
time.
all right.
The Commonwealth would call Katerina Stashin.
Good morning, ma'am. You stop right there, raise your right hand for the pledge, please.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant Tabaj shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. You may have a seat, ma'am.
Watch your step, please.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
Morning. All right. Attorney Sprague, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Good morning. My name is Katerina Stashin. My first name is spelled Katarina. Last name is spelled Stashyn.
And can you describe for us your educational background?
I have a bachelor's and master's degree in biotechnology from the University of Nevada, Reno.
And what is your occupation?
I'm currently employed by the Washoe County Sheriff's Office Forensic Science Division, which is located in Reno, Nevada. I'm a criminalist in the biology and forensic investigation sections.
Back in January of 2023, where were you working?
I previously worked for the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory as a forensic scientist in the DNA unit, which is functionally the same role that I currently have in the biology section.
And
I'm sorry. We agreed to the DNA. I'm just letting you know that.
Okay, all right.
and I'm just
Attorney Sprague?
giving that evidence to the jury.
Go ahead.
So when did you start working for the state police?
I worked for the Massachusetts State Police from June 2021 to February of 2025.
And what was the nature of your work for the lab at that time?
As a DNA analyst, I processed evidence items obtained either from a crime scene or from an individual associated with a criminal investigation. These items of evidence would be processed through the laboratory. I then would perform interpretations, comparisons as needed, write reports. I also could perform administrative reviews of other analysts' work and provide expert witness testimony as needed.
And part of your employment at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, did you take competency tests and proficiency tests to guarantee that you were capable and proficient in the areas you were working?
Yes, I took both competency tests after my training and proficiency tests throughout my career at Massachusetts and at my current role.
And have you passed all of those tests?
Yes, I have passed all competency and proficiency tests that I've taken so far in my career.
Can you tell us what is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and this is genetic information that is stored in our cells. This is information that makes us who we are, determines how we develop and grow. A person's DNA is inherited approximately half from their mom and half from their dad. DNA is forensically relevant because it is expected that no two individuals will have the same forensic DNA profile.
And is DNA the same in every single cell in a person's body?
Yes, the DNA profile obtained from different cells, different cell types like a blood cell or from a saliva cell or cell in your saliva would have the same DNA profile, barring your mutation.
And can you explain generally the process used to analyze evidence, in this case, the testing involving the defendant, Lindsay Clancy?
The items tested in this case and in all cases will go through a 4-step laboratory process of extraction, quantification, amplification, and detection, and then profiles developed from that laboratory process, interpreted and compared.
Can you just briefly explain what is extraction and how it's done?
Extraction is the first step of that laboratory process that involves applying a variation of heat and chemicals to a sample. This breaks open cells that are present and releases the DNA and then isolates that DNA.
And was the next step quantification?
Yes.
And what is that and how do you do that?
Quantification is the second step when we determine a reliable estimate for the amount of DNA in those samples that were extracted, and those values.
That's me pausing. Give me 1 second. Let me refresh this. For some reason, it seems like it is I don't know, like we watching her lips move without the words or something. It just looks weird to me. Give me 1 second. Let me refresh this and see if we can get a better, I don't know. It just looked weird.
In that profile, because there's so much DNA that is shared. So taking that into account.
No, it still seems like it's doing it. Wait a minute. Let me see if there's another let me see if I can find a different feed.
Your assignment of the number of contributors, meaning that the number of contributors
Level of relatedness where you have 2 parents and 3 siblings, that you can have false exclusions.
if there
Let me get us a different
of
feed.
true contributors.
Could you also miss some people to include?
Yeah, because that's going to
Due
drive
to
me
the
crazy.
effects of relatedness, it could be difficult to determine number of
And antipsychotic, other one.
Item 3.
Patient.
Okay.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
Morning. All right. Yeah, Attorney Sprague, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Good morning. My name is Katarina Stashin. My first name is spelled Katarina. Last name is spelled Stashyn.
And can you describe for us your educational background?
I have a bachelor's and master's degree in biotechnology from the University of Nevada, Reno.
And what is your occupation?
I'm currently employed by the Washoe County Sheriff's Office Forensic Science Division, which is located in Reno, Nevada.
now her
I'm a
lips and mouth
criminalist
moving
in the
together.
biology and forensic investigation sections.
Back in January of 2023, where were you working?
I previously worked for the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory as a forensic scientist in the DNA unit, which is functionally the same role that I currently have in the biology section.
And
I'm sorry. We agreed to the DNA. I'm just letting you know that.
Okay. All right.
and I'm just
Attorney Sprague?
giving that evidence to the jury.
Go ahead.
So when did you start working for the state police?
I worked for the Massachusetts State Police from June 2021 to February of 2025.
And what was the nature of your work for the lab at that time?
As a DNA analyst, I processed evidence items obtained either from a crime scene or from an individual associated with a criminal investigation. These items of evidence would be processed through the laboratory. I then would perform interpretations, comparisons as needed, write reports. I also could perform administrative reviews of other analysts' work and provide expert witness testimony as needed.
And part of your employment at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, did you take competency tests and proficiency tests to guarantee that you were capable and proficient in the areas you were working?
Yes, I took both competency tests after my training and proficiency tests throughout my career at Massachusetts and at my current role.
And have you passed all of those tests?
Yes, I have passed all competency and proficiency tests that I've taken so far in my career.
Can you tell us what is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and this is genetic information that is stored in our cells. This is information that makes us who we are, it determines how we develop and grow. A person's DNA is inherited approximately half from their mom and half from their dad. DNA is forensically relevant because it is expected that no two individuals will have the same forensic DNA profile.
And is DNA the same in every single cell in a person's body?
Yes, the DNA profile obtained from different cells, different cell types like a blood cell or from a saliva cell or cell in your saliva would have the same DNA profile, barring your mutation.
And can you explain generally the process used to analyze evidence, in this case, the testing involving the defendant, Lindsay Clancy?
The items tested in this case and in all cases will go through a 4-step laboratory process of extraction, quantification, amplification, and detection, and then profiles developed from that laboratory process will be interpreted and compared.
Can you just briefly explain what is extraction and how it's done?
Extraction is the first step of that laboratory process that involves applying a variation of heat and chemicals to a sample. This breaks open cells that are present and releases the DNA and then isolates that DNA.
And was the next step quantification?
Yes.
And what is that and how do you do that?
Quantification is the second step when we determine a reliable estimate for the amount of DNA in those samples that were extracted, and those values are then used to optimize the rest of the process with the goal to obtain a quality profile for that sample.
And the third step, amplification, can you explain that?
Amplification is when we make millions and millions of copies of certain areas of DNA to make it able to be detected and visualized.
And then detection, what is that?
And then the fourth step is separation or detection. This is where we separate out all those millions and millions of copies that we made to make them visual. This produces a DNA profile that an analyst is then able to review and interpret.
And when you worked at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, were there certain standardized protocols and procedures that you used at that lab?
Yes.
And were there controls used in your testing?
Yes.
What does that mean?
So there are 2 different types of controls that were used in our testing. The first is a positive control. This is a sample that contains a known DNA profile, and it is processed alongside evidence samples. So when that known DNA profile is obtained at the end of the process, it confirms that the process is working appropriately. The second type of control is a negative control, and this is a sample that contains no DNA that is also processed alongside evidence samples, and this is able to monitor any contamination and confirm that clean technique is used during testing.
And does your work undergo a review process at the lab, or did it?
Yes, all work goes through 2 stages of review, technical review and administrative review. Technical review is when another qualified analyst reviews all of the work done in the file and in the report. They confirm that all protocols were followed and that correct conclusions were drawn. And then administrative review is when another analyst reviews that file, all of the documentation and the report for overall clerical accuracy and completeness.
And when you worked on lab number 23-01723, evidence involved in the deaths of Cora Clancy, Dawson Clancy, and Callan Clancy, did you follow the standardized protocols and procedures?
Yes.
Were there any issues with the controls that were present when you did this testing?
All controls were acceptable per the laboratory protocols.
And did your work undergo and pass that review process you just described?
Yes, all work went through both technical and administrative review.
And if we could talk specifically about the work that you did in this case, first, I'd like you to talk about your work done on the yellow exercise band and the black exercise band. Now, you didn't actually handle those items, correct?
I did a portion of the laboratory work for those samples, but I did not handle the actual bands themselves. I handled swabs of those bands.
So at some point in time in the lab, someone took swabs from those bands, and then that was forwarded to the DNA unit, the swabs?
Yes.
Okay. And specifically, there was item 2-2.1.1, swabs from the ends of the yellow exercise band, and item 2-2.2.1, swabs from the middle of the yellow exercise band, correct?
Could I refer to my report to confirm that?
Any objection?
Of course.
Thank you. Yes.
And when doing your comparison work, did you also use some DNA profiles that had been generated in the lab for Dawson Clancy, Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, I utilized known standards that were developed from those individuals.
And known standards, are those basically the DNA profiles for each of those individuals?
Yes, known standards are samples collected directly from a known individual for comparison purposes.
Okay. And going to item 2-2.1.1, the swabs from the ends of the yellow exercise band, what were your findings?
So I'm going to start with a general statement for this report as a whole. The presence of multiple first-degree relatives in a mixture DNA profile can impact overall interpretation, including the determination of the number of contributors and likelihood ratios. Relatedness was considered for the following results. For item 2-2.1.1, sample from ends of yellow exercise band located in basement office, 47 Summer Street. The DNA profile is a mixture, including male DNA. Due to the possible relatedness of low-level contributors to this profile, an alternate number of contributors was considered. First, assuming 2 contributors. The DNA profile is a mixture of at least 2 contributors, including male DNA. Contributors 1 and 2 are suitable for comparison. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1.7 non-nillion times more likely if it originated from Dawson Clancy and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Dawson Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy are excluded from this DNA profile. Assuming 3 contributors. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors. Contributor 1 is suitable for comparison. Due to limited information and possible relatedness of contributors, contributors 2 and 3 are not suitable for comparison. The DNA profile from this item is at least 920 octillion times more likely if it originated from Dawson Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Dawson Clancy is included to this DNA profile. Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy are excluded from contributor 1 of this DNA profile.
I'm going to ask you a few questions about what you've just told us. You mentioned the effect of relatedness. What does that mean?
So, as I mentioned, an individual's DNA is inherited approximately 1/2 from their mom and 1/2 from their dad. So this means that there's a lot of DNA shared between relatives, including between parent and children and between siblings. So this can affect the determination of the number of contributors. So when I review the profile to see how many people are in that profile, because there's so much DNA that is shared. So taking that into account, I did 2 different interpretations, first assuming 2 contributors and the second assuming 3 contributors, again, just due to the complexity of relatedness and its effect on this profile, especially low-level contributors.
And would it be correct to state that when there is this level of relatedness where you have 2 parents and 3 siblings, that you can have false exclusions?
If there is an underassignment of the number of contributors, meaning that the number of contributors is incorrectly assigned lower than it actually is, which is a possibility with relatedness because you're working with less information because that information is shared, the underassigning could lead to false exclusions of true contributors.
Could you also miss some people to include?
Due to the effects of relatedness, it could be difficult to determine number of contributors simply because so much information is shared. Therefore, it is more complex when assigning this number.
And for item 2-2.1.1, the ends of the yellow exercise band, whether you considered 2 contributors or 3 contributors, both of your findings find that Dawson Clancy was a contributor, a potential contributor.
Both propositions, either 2 contributors or 3 contributors, had high inclusionary stats for Dawson Clancy, correct.
What's a nonillion?
Nonillion is a very large number.
Do you know how many people are on Earth?
I know it's,
This is typical DNA gobbledygook at this point, Judge. I object.
Well, I object to his objection.
That's
Ridiculous.
overruled. Go ahead.
They're going to talk
You can
about
ask.
non-millions and how many.
Counsel, can I see you over at sidebar?
Sidebar. Oh gosh, because she don't know how many people are in the world. So we doing a sidebar. I cannot deal. And then I want to know why is she even up here? Because didn't we just stipulate to who was on the bands and whose blood was on the floor? Like, I don't understand the stipulation or what. Maybe I just don't understand what it means because I don't know why we going through that.
Is that more than there are people on the Earth?
that is more individuals that are on the earth, but I would like to clarify that a likelihood ratio is not a random match probability or a rarity of that profile. A likelihood ratio is a ratio that describes the probability of observing the DNA profile if a certain person is included versus the probability of observing that DNA profile if a certain person is excluded or if it is another unknown, unrelated individual.
And you said nonillion is a very high number, correct?
Yes, that's a very large number in my opinion.
So it's a very large probability that Dawson Clancy is a contributor to that mixture.
It is a large likelihood ratio that provides support for the inclusion of Dawson Clancy to the profile.
And then going to item 2-2.2.1, the swabs from the middle of the exercise band, what were your findings for that?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of two contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1.5 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Dawson Clancy and an unknown individual than if it originated from two unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support that Dawson Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 3.6 million times more likely if it originated from Callan Clancy and an unknown individual than if it originated from two unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support that Callan Clancy is included as a contributor to this profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1.4 billion times more likely if it originated from Patrick Clancy and an unknown individual than if it originated from two unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support that Patrick Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. Cora Clancy and Lindsay Clancy are excluded from this DNA profile. The mixture DNA profile from this item is consistent with having originated from two individuals. There are 3 individuals who have a likelihood ratio that indicates an inclusion. Though there is support for the individual inclusions of Dawson Clancy, Callan Clancy, and Patrick Clancy to the mixture DNA profile, under the stated assumptions, these individuals cannot be present in the mixture together. Assuming 1, 2 contributors, and 2, Dawson Clancy is one of the contributors, Callan Clancy and Patrick Clancy cannot be present in the mixture together. Support for inclusion may be impacted by mixtures which contain relative, especially first-degree relatives. Refer to the independent inclusionary statistics above.
So this swab from the middle of the yellow exercise band, you stated was a mixture of 2 contributors, 2 people, correct?
Yes, I determined using my training and experience that the profile was a mixture of 2 contributors.
And then you had 3 possible contributors, Dawson, Callan, and Patrick, for the 2-person mixture. So is it accurate that that relatedness issue was having an effect on those, on that data or that result?
Yes, relatedness of potential contributors was having an effect on this profile, and that is because so much DNA is shared between potential contributors.
And what you stated at the end, that if Dawson Clancy is one of the contributors, then Callan Clancy and Patrick Clancy cannot be present together in that mixture, correct?
Correct.
And Dawson Clancy was the one who had the 1.5 nonillion times more likely if it originated from him, correct?
Yes, the likelihood ratio for Dawson was 1.5 non-million.
And would it be accurate to state that with male relatives, they share the same YSTR profile?
Yes, male relatives will share the same YSTR profile, barring rare mutation, but YSTR analysis was not done in this case.
Okay. And does that fact, when you have male relatives, does that affect the relatedness complications of your evaluation?
The fact that they're male doesn't necessarily have an effect, but just in general, relatedness has an effect in this case because so much DNA is shared between potential contributors.
And then going to item 2-3.1.1, the swabs from the ends of the black exercise band, you found that that sample was a mixture but wasn't suitable for comparison, correct?
Correct.
And what does it mean to be not suitable for comparison?
I'll read the statement in the report and then I'll clarify as needed. The DNA profile is a mixture, including male DNA, and is not suitable for comparison due to the complexity of the profile, the possibility of at least 5 contributors, and the relatedness of potential contributors.
So was it not suitable for comparison because there were so many potential contributors and many of them who were related?
Yes, there was multiple factors that made this profile not suitable. Relatedness was definitely one of those factors, and per laboratory protocols and validation, if there is any indication of a 5th contributor or more, a profile is not suitable for comparison due to limitations of our technology and software used.
Okay. So basically, if you're examining a profile and it looks like there's 5 or more, your work stops because of the limitations of your equipment.
Correct.
And then going to item 2-3.2.1, the swabs from the middle of the exercise band, what were your findings there?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 870 trillion times more likely if it originated from Dawson Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Dawson Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1.6 non-million times more likely if it originated from Cora Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Cora Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 2,600 times more likely if it originated from Callan Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Callan Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 220,000 times more likely if it originated from Patrick Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Patrick Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 11 times more likely if it originated from Lindsay Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides limited support that Lindsay Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab DNA Unit validation studies showed inclusions for known non-contributors in the likelihood ratio range of at least 2 to 1,000 adventitious support could be attributed to this conclusion. The mixture DNA profile from this item is consistent with having originated from 3 individuals. There are 5 individuals who have a likelihood ratio that indicate an inclusion. Though there is support for the individual inclusions of Dawson Clancy, Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy to the mixture DNA profile, under the stated assumptions, these individuals cannot be present in the mixture together. Assuming 1, 3 contributors, and 2, Cora Clancy is one of the contributors, Dawson Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy cannot be present in the mixture together. Support for inclusion may be impacted by mixtures which contain relatives, especially first-degree relatives. Refer to the independent inclusionary statistics above.
And so again here, you're dealing with the effect of the relatedness of the parties, correct?
Correct. Relatedness is having an effect on potential contributors, again, to this profile. I'd just like to say that likelihood ratios are calculated independently for each person. They are not to show a likelihood ratio for more than one person or multiple people together in a profile. And again, because so much DNA is shared between potential contributors, that is why we're seeing some of the things we're seeing in this report.
And for this item, the middle of the black exercise band, the highest number of possible inclusion was the 1.6 million times more likely if it originated from Cora Clancy and 2 unknown individuals, correct?
Yes, the highest statistic for this item was a likelihood ratio of 1.69 million for Cora Clancy.
And based on your analysis of the data that you had, you determined it was a mixture of 3 contributors, correct?
Correct.
And so when you have the 3 contributors and Cora Clancy has the highest likelihood of being a contributor, if you include her in the mixture, the other 4 members of the family are excluded, correct?
Assuming 1, 3 contributors, and 2, Cora Clancy is one of the contributors, Dawson Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy cannot be present in the mixture together. Again, those statistics are all calculated independently and don't say anything about those people being in the mixture together.
And moving on to some other work you did in this case, specifically some swabs from the back side of the house, some shingles on 47 Summer Street in Duxbury, items 14-1, 14-2, and 14-3. Did you do work on those samples as well and compare them to the known profiles of Dawson Clancy, Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy?
Your Honor, may I refer to my second report for these items? Thank you. Yes, I did work on those items in my second report.
And directing your attention to item 14-1, a swab from stain B on the back side of the house, 47 Summer Street. What were your findings regarding that swab?
The female DNA profile was interpreted as originating from a single contributor. The DNA profile from this item is at least 18 octillion times more likely if it originated from Lindsay Clancy than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support that Lindsay Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. Dawson Clancy, Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, and Patrick Clancy are excluded from this DNA profile.
And so unlike the samples and profiles we talked about earlier, this sample 14-1, the swab from stain B, wasn't a mixture, correct? It was just one person's DNA?
Correct. This was a single contributor profile.
And your findings was that Lindsay Clancy is at least 18 octillion times more likely if it originated from Lindsay Clancy than an unknown, unrelated individual.
The DNA profile from this item is at least 18 octillion times more likely if it originated from Lindsay Clancy than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support that Lindsay Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile.
And so it's support that she's included as a contributor to this profile of one person, correct?
Yes, there is support with a likelihood ratio of 18 octillion for Lindsay Clancy.
And the other members of the family were excluded, correct?
Correct.
And then item 14-2, the swab from stain C on the backside of the house, 47 Summer Street. That profile was a mixture and not suitable for comparison, correct?
Correct. The DNA profile is a mixture and is not suitable for comparison due to the quality of the profile.
And what does it mean when something is not suitable due to the quality of the profile?
This was a low-level profile with not enough information to be interpreted.
Do you have to have a certain level of information in the data to make findings based on your protocols and procedures at the lab?
Yes, there are protocols and procedures that determine how we can determine our number of contributors, and therefore if there's not enough information, a profile is not suitable for interpretation or comparisons.
And then item 14-3, the swab from stain D on the back of the home, 47 Summer Street. What were your findings for that swab?
The female DNA profile was interpreted as originating from a single contributor. The DNA profile from this item is at least 96 trillion times more likely if it originated from Lindsay Clancy than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support that Lindsay Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. Dawson Clancy, Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, and Patrick Clancy are excluded from this DNA profile.
And again, this is a single contributor, so the DNA profile of one person was found on the swab, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further, thank you.
Reddington? All right. Thank you, Ms. Stickdale. Thank you.
Thank you.
The Commonwealth would call Elaine Rossi as its next witness.
Good morning. Please stop right there. Raise your right hand for the clerk, please.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the council are coming before the court of law and the defendant of Allah shall be the truth?
Let's just stop right there, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you. All right. Counsel.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
My first name is Elaine Rossi,
Can you spell your last name for the record?
Rossi.
And what city or town do you live in?
I live in Kingston.
What do you do for work?
I'm a nanny
How long have you been a nanny?
for about 15 years now.
In July of 2022, did you become familiar with the Clancy family?
I did.
And how did you become involved with their family?
I answered a Facebook advertisement seeking a part-time nanny position.
And who posted that advertisement?
Lindsay did.
And did she respond to your message?
I responded to her message.
Right. And so you said you were interested, right?
I did.
And then did she respond to you?
She did.
So did you have then communication back and forth with her about possibly taking on a nannying position for their family?
Yes, we did.
Okay. That was on July 22nd of 2022 that initial back and forth occurred, correct?
Correct.
And as a result of your initial communication with her, did you end up setting up a time to come meet their family?
We did.
And how did that happen? Where did you meet them?
I met at their residence in the backyard of their home.
And that would be 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
Correct.
And when you went to their home, were you able to meet the children?
Yes.
And how many children were there?
3.
And who were they?
Cora, Dawson, and Callan.
And present at that meeting that you had in their backyard were also Patrick and Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of kind of meeting at their home in the backyard?
It was to get familiar with the kids, just for an introductory meeting. I got to hold Callan and play with Cora and Dawson a little bit and talk to Lindsay and Patrick.
And so at that time, Cora was 4, right?
Yes.
And Dawson was 3.
Yes.
And Callan was an infant.
Yes.
Now, as a result of your kind of interview or interaction with them, what eventually happened with your relationship with the Clancys? Did you become their nanny?
I did.
And did you communicate with Lindsay about what the expectations of the job were going to be?
I did.
So what was your role or your expectations of the role?
My role was to take care of Callan when she went back to work.
Okay, and did you know when that was expected to happen?
I believe right around Thanksgiving.
And did you start working for them prior to that? Prior to November?
Yes, I did. I started first week in September of 2022.
And so while the original terms were for you to primarily watch Callan, did you take on a slightly different role in between September and November?
I did.
And so what were the responsibilities, or what did the Clancys ask you to do for the family during the time of September through essentially when you stopped working for them?
It was to get to know the family, to get to know how they worked as a family, to get to know their schedule, and essentially mostly to take care of Callan. Occasionally, Cora and Dawson would be home, and I would interact with them as well.
So going into it, you knew that you would sometimes be spending time with Cora and Dawson.
Yes.
But to your understanding, were they at the home all the time?
No, they were at school.
And other than caring for Callan, did you agree to take on some other responsibilities in the household?
I did.
And what were those responsibilities?
It was food prep, light housekeeping, laundry, things like that.
Was that something that you offered to do as part of your services, or were you asked to do it?
I offered initially. I said those were things I did as a nanny for previous families.
And what was your expected schedule going to be for the Clancys?
It was 3 days a week. I believe it was 8:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m.
Okay. And was the 3 days a set schedule, or was the expectation that it might change?
Initially it was set, and then it changed.
As far as your original expectation, fair to say, you were originally asked to do Monday, Tuesdays, and Thursdays?
Correct.
And then as you started working for them, you were asked to kind of adjust some of the days?
Yes.
And was that something that you could do?
If I could, I would.
And how about the time? You said from 8:30 to 1:30. Were the times flexible too?
Yeah, sometimes it was 9 to 1:30. That was about the only difference.
Okay.
It was about a half hour.
And how would you communicate with Lindsay?
So we communicated via text a lot. Lindsay also had a notebook in her kitchen that we communicate. She would leave notes for me for the activities or the instructions for me for the day.
Okay. And you started, you said, the week of Labor Day. That was your first week with the Clancy family, right? And primarily during that week, did you care for Callan?
Yes, I did.
Did they come to call you something particular as far as like a nickname?
They called me Lainey.
Okay. And that was something the kids called you as well as Patrick and Lindsay?
Yes.
Okay. So, I'm going to just show you what's been marked as Exhibit 150.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
If you want to just take a quick look inside of it. You can flip through the pages if that's helpful.
Okay.
Does the handwriting in that notebook look familiar to you?
It does.
And fair to say there's two different handwritings, right? Did you come to know one of the handwritings as Lindsay's handwriting?
I thought all of it was Lindsay's.
Okay, but as far as the second set of handwriting, do you recognize?
Oh, it's mine.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. And so is this the notebook that you would kind of communicate with her back and forth about Callan and his schedule?
It is.
And fair to say she left you pretty detailed instructions on his care.
Yes, she did.
And you were aware that she was very particular about sleep and food and keeping on a schedule, right?
Yes.
And so that's the purpose of this notebook.
Yes.
When you would come to the household in the morning, would you often interact with Lindsay prior to taking care of taking the baby?
Sometimes if she was there, I would interact with her. Some mornings she wasn't there.
If she wasn't there, was Patrick home?
Yes.
And did you know where she was when she wasn't there?
Sometimes she'd leave in the notebook that she was in the basement working out. Sometimes she'd drop the kids off to school.
And would you often see her throughout the day when you were there from your 9 to 1 shift?
Yes.
But there would be times when you would see her come back to the home?
Yes.
And in those times when she left, sometimes she had the other 2 children with her, correct?
Correct.
And sometimes she did not.
No.
At times, were you left with all 3 children?
I think on one occasion I was.
And would you get there before or after Cora and Dawson would be off to school, usually?
Most times I would be pulling in the driveway and they would be waiting to say goodbye to me or hello to me.
And you're aware that they did not have school on Tuesdays, right? Were you aware?
I don't remember, sorry.
Okay. When you started working for the Clancy family, was there conversation with Lindsay about Callan not taking a bottle?
I don't remember that.
Did you often feed him a bottle when you were caring for him?
I did.
And do you recall at one point that you actually videoed Callan taking a bottle and sent it to Lindsay?
Oh, yes, I did. Yes.
And that would have been on September 9th, correct?
Yes.
At this point, Your Honor, I'd like to just play a short video.
Really, I object. I don't have a, let the jury see the video. Could I see?
Good grief. Like, they don't discuss all this stuff before. I'm so tired of him in these sidebars. This is number 11. And y'all mind you, these are short days that we have in these sidebars, and we only been counting them since yesterday. Let me see if I can get us past this, because I think we a little behind. So they about to show a video. I don't know if we're going to be able to see it, but let's see.
You love you, Baba? He's loving it.
Ms. Rossi, is that the video that you took of Callan taking the bottle?
Yes, it was.
And fair to say you sent that video to Lindsay Clancy on September 9th of 2022?
Yes, I did.
At this point, I'd move to admit a copy of that clip as the next exhibit.
With no objection, that may be admitted.
In your care of the children, were you ever permitted to take them outside of the household, like to the park or the library or anything?
I took Callan for a walk on one occasion, and I took Cora and Dawson to a tumble fun gymnastics class.
Okay. And that would have been in October of 2022 that you took Cora and Dawson, correct? When you went to Tumble Fun, what is that?
It's a toddler, like, gymnastics place, indoor gymnastics place.
Did you only take Cora and Dawson, or did you also take Callan?
Just Cora and Dawson.
Okay. And why was it that you took them on this particular day?
Lindsay had mentioned to me that they had tumble fun, but they wouldn't be going because she couldn't drive.
Okay.
So I offered to take them.
Did she tell you why she couldn't drive at that time?
She didn't.
So you took them, did you drive her car or your own car?
I drove her car.
And you were able to bring them home, correct?
Correct.
Did you notice anything different when you came back to the home on that day?
I didn't.
During the course of the time in which you were at the Clancy's house, fair to say from September to early December is the time that you were there, 3 days a week?
Yes.
Did you come to find out that Lindsay was having some issues?
I did.
Did she talk to you about that?
She did.
And what did she tell you about her issues?
She shared with me that she was suffering from postpartum.
Now, when she shared this information with you, had you noticed anything different about her demeanor or her presentation around the house?
I didn't at all.
Had her trips out of the house when you were there stopped or decreased during that time period?
No.
And did she tell you that at that time that she was seeing some doctors?
She did.
What about medication? Did you have any conversations with her about her taking medication during that time period?
I think we talked about she was going to stop a medication because she was trying to stop nursing.
That she was going to stop medication or she was going to start medication?
I think she was trying to stop something because she was going to, oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Take your time.
She was not going to nurse Callan anymore because she was going to be starting a new medication.
Did she ever give you any details about the medication?
She didn't.
Do you recall seeing prescription bottles around the house?
I did.
Did you ever learn from Lindsay that she had gone to the emergency room in November of 2022?
No.
How about going to the emergency room in December of 2022?
No.
Did anything about your arrangements with coming on the 3 days, caring for Callan and sometimes Cora, did any of that ever change because of what she reported to you about having postpartum?
Only at the end of my time with them.
Okay, we'll get there in a second. But did you have the occasion to observe her interacting with the children?
I did.
And did you have any concerns about her interacting with the children?
None at all. She was a wonderful mom.
Did she have any further conversation with you about maybe more specific sleep or sleep issues that she had been having during the time period you were nannying for them?
She did.
And what did she tell you about that?
She told me she was having difficulty sleeping and that she was sleeping in the basement.
Now, when you would watch Callan and she would be in the basement, would you often see her in the basement?
No.
And one of the things you said that you sometimes did was do some laundry, right?
I did.
And where was the laundry in the Clancy house?
It was in the basement.
And so you'd have to go through that living room area down there where the couch was to get back to the laundry room?
Yes, it was in the back.
How about working out in the basement? Do you recall if you went down the basement stairs to the right that there'd be like a little area where there'd be weights and that kind of thing? Did you ever see her working out there?
I don't recall if I did.
Okay. As far as the medications, do you recall where you observed the medications in the house?
Yes, they were in to the right of the refrigerator, I believe in a cabinet.
And you had to go into the Clancy, Patrick and Lindsay's bedroom, right?
I did.
Fair to say Callan's crib was in there.
It was.
So do you recall ever seeing medications in the bedroom?
I didn't.
Now, you had mentioned that you knew Lindsay to be going back to work in November, correct? Were you advised, or did you know that she was originally scheduled to go back in October, but then bumped it back to November?
I didn't know that.
But as you began working for them, that November date was in mind, right?
Yes.
Moving to Thanksgiving of 2022, did something change about the plan for her to go back to work?
Yes, I came in, I think it was a few days after Thanksgiving, maybe the day after Thanksgiving, and Lindsay was in the kitchen, and I had expected her to be asleep.
Why was that?
Because I thought she was working that shift, that Thanksgiving shift. And she told me that she wouldn't be going back to work.
And was there any further conversation of what the plan was for you and the family during that time period?
No, I think I mentioned if she wasn't going back to work and that if they didn't need me, if they could let me know.
Okay. And so do you recall being at the home at one point where Patrick and Lindsay left the house and came back?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that interaction?
Of course. Patrick and Lindsay went for a walk, And when they returned, I was in the living room on the floor with Callan, and they came in and told me that they would have to let me go because Lindsay would not be going back to work, and the two of them would be home to care for the children.
Okay. And so did they give you anything else, any other information about why Lindsay wasn't going back to work during that meeting?
No.
Okay. And did they give you some time to kind of make other arrangements after that?
They did. I believe they gave me 2 weeks.
And during that time after Thanksgiving, did you have the occasion to see Lindsay interacting with the kids in the home?
I did.
And was anything about your observations of her different?
Nothing.
Now, the kids themselves, you had the occasion to spend some time with Cora, and how would you describe Cora?
Oh, Cora was a girly girl who loved her babies very much. She was very sweet, and she loved arts and crafts and loved playing with her Fresh Mart, which was a little children's supermarket. She was lovely.
And Dawson, how about him? How would you describe him?
Dawson was full of energy, rambunctious, funny, silly.
Did you ever have any problem watching Dawson or keeping him under control? Or
Not at all. I was only with him on a handful of occasions.
Did you ever see Dawson kind of interacting with his siblings, with Cora or with Callan?
I did.
And did you see anything, or could you tell us a little bit about Dawson's interactions with them?
Cora and Dawson played well. There was one occasion in the kitchen where they were playing, and I think Cora took one of his Play-Doh, something, he was playing with Play-Doh, and his reaction, he was frustrated, and he reached out and slapped Callan.
Now, were you alone with the kids during this interaction, or was Lindsay present too?
Lindsay was, I think, in the kitchen at the same time.
Did you see her react to that when she saw that behavior?
She did.
And what was the reaction? What did she do?
She went over and removed Callan, she removed Dawson from the room and came back and consoled Callan.
Okay. And eventually, did you see her go back and kind of talk to Dawson about his behavior and address it? Okay. And was that appropriate in your opinion?
Of course, yes.
How about how you would describe Callan? How would you describe him? You spent the most time with him, correct?
I did. He was the happiest, sweetest, easiest baby. He was just a love.
Thank you. If Lindsay had told you in one of these exchanges, and again, you exchanged mostly either in this notebook or via text, right?
Correct.
If she told you about working out, do you know if she wasn't in the basement where she would go to work out?
I think it was the Kingsbury Club.
Okay. And as far as when you stopped working for them, do you remember exactly when it was? You said maybe 2 weeks after Thanksgiving.
I think it was December 8th or December 10th.
And in the time that you were with the Clancys in their households, caring for their kids, interacting with Patrick and Lindsay, did you ever have any concerns that the children were not safe?
No.
Thank you.
All right, Cross.
Morning.
Good morning.
So you first met Lindsay and Patrick and the kids in, was it July of 22?
Yes.
And then you were hired, obviously, and you then took over as a nanny.
Yes.
You got a lot of years of experience as a nanny, don't you?
I do.
And this was that you wanted to kind of pick up some more hours, and that's why you fortunately reached out to the two of them and ended up taking care of those kids. So from July until, what was it, November after Thanksgiving, or was it early December that they had the walk, and then they came in and told you that she was going to
Early
be home?
December.
Early December. And you all left on good terms, right?
Oh, wonderful terms.
Yeah, I mean, you guys stayed in touch with each other, you texted them Christmas, things of that nature, right?
I did reach out to Lindsay to wish her a Merry Christmas.
Did she respond?
She did.
Would you agree that on March 1st of 2023, the state police interviewed you for about a half hour or longer about your observations of the Clancy family?
Yes.
Do you recall that the trooper, were there one or two of them, if you remember?
I believe there were two.
Yeah. Do you recall the trooper asking you questions about your observations of the Clancy family with particular focus on Lindsay? They were asking you about how well you knew her, what you thought of her, what she did as far as a mother in your presence.
I'm sorry, I can't really hear you.
I apologize. They wanted to know what kind of a mother she was, right?
Yes.
And you were able to respond to that, right?
I did.
They also wanted to know any observations that you had about her use of prescription drugs, right?
Yes.
And you were forthcoming on that as well, right? They also wanted to know whether or not you observed or she made any statements about any symptomology or symptoms that she might have been having that were causing her difficulty, right?
Yes.
Do you recall indicating to the troopers that, in your opinion, that she was a loving and a doting mother?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what that means? I mean, what did you observe about what did you observe about her as a mother interacting with her kids?
I observed a wonderful mom who loved her kids, she was very concerned with their safety. She was very concerned with Callan's eating and sleeping. She was a wonderful mother.
And the district attorney asked you questions about what apparently is Exhibit 150 in this case. And that's the book that she would write notes to you on, and then you would on occasion write notes back to her. Is that right?
Yes.
So when the district attorney asked you to identify her writing, also there were like photographs like that in the book as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know who would draw that? Would she draw that or would you draw that?
I think I drew that.
You do that one?
Yeah, I think so.
And for example, Thursday, September 29th, it says Callan last fed time, put him down for a nap at 9:35 with a smiley face. We will be home, clean the clothes in the dryer if you get to it, and then Callan up at 10:45, and then some scribbling mark on the bottom. That's an indication of the type of notes that she would leave for you.
Correct.
Would she also leave notes for you to the effect of cutting up sweet potatoes and cutting up celery and things in 1-inch squares so that the kids to eat?
Yes, food prep, yes.
Did you find that to be overbearing or
Well, not at all.
you didn't find that to be controlling, that she was trying to exert a control over you, did you?
Not at all.
Felt that was appropriate for her to tell you about the cutting up of the vegetables and squares and things?
Yes.
She also told you during that period of time that she was unable to sleep. Isn't that right?
Correct.
Told you that lack of sleep was becoming a significant impact on her life, and that she had to see doctors and was on medication for that, right?
Correct.
Again, the troopers were questioning you and directing you on your questions or your answers. And at one point, do you recall saying to the trooper, I loved my Lindsay?
I loved my Lindsay.
Yeah.
I don't recall saying that.
Okay, did you?
Do I love Lindsay?
Yeah.
I did love Lindsay, yes.
Now, when was she sleeping in the basement? Do you remember that?
Do I know when or why?
When was she sleeping in the basement?
I honestly don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember, if I suggest to you that it was around the end of November, mid-December, that she was sleeping in the basement for a period of time? If you remember.
I don't remember, I'm sorry.
Okay. Did she indicate to you why she was sleeping in the basement?
I don't think she did.
Would you agree that she was forthright with you as far as telling you what was going on in her life as far as her concentration and her inability to sleep and things of that nature?
Yes.
Sustained.
Would she tell you about those problems that she was suffering?
She shared with me that she had postpartum and that she couldn't sleep.
And as a result of that, you were pretty concerned for her, weren't you?
I really don't know much about postpartum, but I would always ask her how she was feeling
Right.
or how she was doing.
And in fact, you noted that in addition to the inability to sleep, that she would speak about that she was unable to focus. Do you recall her ever saying she had difficulty focusing on things?
I don't recall her saying that to me.
How about thin? Did you notice that she appeared to be losing significant weight?
I did, and I commented to her about that.
Okay. And you had occasion to see her as a mother playing with the children, obviously, right?
Yes.
Would the two of you stay in touch with each other by text even when she was out and you were home in their home with the kids?
Yes.
Fair to say that you would take many, many videos of the kids and send them to Lindsay on her phone, right?
I did.
And fair to say that during that period of time from your involvement, Ms. Rossi, as a nanny, that you sent her videos of the children playing, and as we saw the baby taking a bottle and the baby eating and things of that nature, right?
I did.
Did she ever send you any videos, or did she ever respond to your emails or videos?
Yes, she responded to most of my texts she responded to.
Did she seem to be appreciative of your work?
Yes, very much so.
And in fact, she was pretty vocal about that. She thought the world of you, right?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Redirect?
Just one question. In all that she told you about postpartum sleep and all that you observed in the house, did you ever have any conversations with her about intrusive thoughts or thoughts of harming herself?
No.
Thank you. Okay.
Anything on that? No. All right, you may step down. Thank you. Thank you. Counsel, could I see you?
Dang, I wish I would have had my closed captioning on because his mic was hot. I don't know what he said, but let me see. Oh, there we go. Sidebar number 12. Mind you guys, this is all in the 2-day period. Like after each witness, he want to see counsel. Counsel, can I see you? Counsel, can I see you? Counsel, can I see you? Counsel, I see you. Oh, gosh. Let me see.
Anything on that? No. All right, you may step down. Thank you. Thank you. Counsel, could I see you?
Oh, he ain't say nothing this time. I was gonna see if he's gonna say something. Oh, another sidebar.
In the hush of the courtroom, where the stakes run high, where every word is measured, every truth and lie, the judge calls sidebar and the world slows down. Two voices step forward while the rest sit down. It's a sidebar whisper just out of view, a quiet conversation shaping what comes through. Justice in the balance, tension in the air, a sidebar whisper deciding what's fair. Counsel leans in, papers pressed tight, arguing the shadows of wrong and The jury watches stillness, waiting for the call as the sidebar murmurs echo down the hall. It's a sidebar whisper just out of view, a quiet conversation shaping what comes through. Justice in the balance, tension in the air, a sidebar whisper deciding what's fair. No spotlight, no headline.
Sit this afternoon. So we're going to break at this point, all right? And so I'm going to ask you to come back tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Remember those instructions. Don't talk about this. Don't do any research about this. Don't listen about anything. Don't talk about it with anyone. And I'm going to ask you to come back tomorrow at 9 o'clock, and we'll start with the testimony tomorrow. Okay? All right. Thank you very much.
Court, all right. Jurors, please fill the notebooks, please among your chairs. This way.
All right, counsel, anything else we need to talk about before tomorrow morning? All right, so this case will be in recess till tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
With no we're not coming, there's nothing scheduled at 2 o'clock in this matter any further, okay? So this court on this case will be in recess till tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
Oh, well, it was going to end at 1 anyways. Remember, he said that he was letting them go early because he had some stuff to do with the attorneys. That seemed like that was a complete story. I ain't going to say a lie, but story. I don't know. I guess lie. Because he said 1 o'clock. I don't know. Maybe the witnesses went faster than what the state thought, but I thought they was about to call another witness, and then he said sidebar again. But whatever. So I think the nanny came in and she spilled some very important tea. She was like, I used to love her. Like, I don't recall saying that I love her, but yeah, I did love her at a point in time, but I used to love her. Let me make sure you understand that, Reddington. Like, I don't mess with her. She was a good mom and stuff, but I don't mess with her after what she did. That's what that sound like. That's what the nanny sound like. So. Yeah, it is hump day. Hump day. I did love her. So that's like past tense. So that's like, I don't love her anymore. I did love her. She didn't say I still love her. She said I did. At least to me, that sounds like past tense. Like, I don't fuck with her. Excuse my language. Like, I don't fuck with her no more. She was a good mom and stuff. I don't mess with her like that. And it's something about Dawson, y'all. I'm trying to tell y'all. Now, y'all keep want to act like this is so far removed from the situation. I really believe my theory, but we can go. I'll go with whatever they go with until evidence comes in. But they keep highlighting Dawson. Dawson was in the room by himself. Dawson was this 3-year-old that, she couldn't do nothing with. Dawson was taken away from her time with Callan. Dawson was doing this. Dawson was doing that. Dawson was the only one that was not ready for bed. He was basically in his drawers, running around the house. And I think that she snapped out and she heard him and she was like, I got to take y'all all out and me. And then when she got to herself, she just couldn't do it. And then if it's going like the prosecutors are saying, after she spoke to her attorney, after she spoke to her attorney's doctor, that's when she got to talking about all of the stuff about the voices and stuff like that. Because remember, the voice issue only has happened once. It happened, I guess, when Patrick left the house until Patrick got back. And then once he got back, the voices never came back. She has never heard those voices again. I don't understand what changes. I don't get it, but whatever. So I don't know what y'all feeling about this or where y'all land with that, but those is important key points. Like they keep bringing up everything about Dawson. Y'all listen as this is stressed about Dawson. I wonder if they gonna bring in those messages. I'm really wondering, like, the messages that Denise was so kindly to put in our Discord that she posted on the mother's page for help. I wonder if they're going to bring that stuff in. And please don't, and I understand that you can be going through depression. You can be going through a lot of different things. And I can see how parents can actually snap out on their kids. It amazes me how everybody act like she's so far from removed, like this is something that she couldn't do. Like you could still be a great mom and have a snap out. She didn't have a snap back at that point in time, but nobody's looking and considering that, because I'm really considering that in some ways in this case. And after we did the snap out and we couldn't go through with unaliving ourselves and I think she probably did try to unalive herself after doing something so horrific and having to face her husband, but it didn't work. I think she really did try to unalive herself when she probably jumped. She probably wasn't thinking, it's 20 feet, I'm not going to, pass away. I think she really, really, really thought she was going to pass away. But I don't think the circumstances on why this happened, I don't think it is what everybody think it is. And I don't know why everybody think like, because you have this mental health issue. I'm not denying that she didn't have mental health issues, because I definitely can see the mental health issues. But I can definitely see you have mental health issues and it's being where it's not up under the control that you want to unalive all your kids. But in the same token, I can see you getting pushed to a degree where you snap out and something happens and now you like, oh shit, like, okay, I'm not gonna leave y'all here, so I'm get rid of all of us. Yeah, I hope that they leading into possibly bringing that in. That post that she made, I don't know, that's real troubling to me. And then just the situation, because I know some people like, well, it's not a red flag that Dawson was in the other room. But I think it's red flag on top of red flag on top of red flag on top of red flag. And I think that the prosecutor team, they brought up the incident that happened in the kitchen that the nanny just testified to. He slapped Callan, right? She removed him, from the room. So it sounded like, she said that he was very, he was probably like, when they say the terrible twos, he was probably barely getting out his terrible twos. Because I think the post was made when he was 19 months. So he was like in, the stage where they say terrible twos. And it depends on how you talk to a kid. See, I don't know the dynamics. I really, 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 in my heart of heart, guys, I really think this was more about Dawson, a snap out where she was trying to get him ready for bed. you know, whatever the case may be, the other two were already ready and situated. She already feeling overwhelmed. She already feeling stressed out. And I think she grabbed that thing. And remember, he was doing the worst. Like, he had the blue, purple, like his condition. Patrick told you when he seen Dawson, he knew it wasn't no way of saving him. So he ran back in the other room to try to help Colin and Cora. So I just, you know, from I don't know. And from other cases that we've seen. Yeah, and I don't even know if it was like I don't know if he was running around and that's kind of where she caught him. You know what I'm saying? Like, was he running around and that's kind of like where she caught him? I mean, because by the time the husband got to CVS, that was only like 4 minutes. Because CVS is very, very close to their house. Soon as he got to CVS, he made the phone call to Lindsay. She did not answer. And then either I can't remember if she called him back or he called her back. But when they got on the phone, he said that she sounded like she was preoccupied and busy. He chalked it up to she was getting the kids ready for bed, which could still be very much true. It may not have been in the time because that was only 4 or 5 minutes after he had left. So maybe she was preoccupied with running around and trying to get the kids together. But in all, I know the experts will testify. I don't think she has explained to anybody that she has had, you know, the person talking to her on her shoulder before. Like, this is the only time that the person has talked to her on her shoulder, y'all. From everything that I can recall. So this is the only time, and she hasn't heard from this mother since. Wait, I'm trying to see. You say Motherfucker said the problem with the theory that she snapped on Dawson and everything cascaded from there is the timing for Patrick to go to CVS and to the restaurant. Well, I can even say this. I'll go this far to tell you this. Like, even with her trying to map out how far it was going to be for Patrick to go to 3B, I really don't find that it's only considered a negative because of what happened, right? So that's kind of like saying she planned it and calculated. I could see just a normal wife doing that, trying to see how far it is, right? I want to get the kids ready for bed so we can have us a nice evening. You know, she was trying to give them conjugal visits. Maybe tonight was the night. And Dawson down there running around. She's trying to get him ready for bed. He's not getting ready for bed. And she snapped out. I think that even can go further to the point that she locked the bedroom door after she did everything to the kids, went upstairs. Because remember, this is like 45. It was less than an hour. So we talk about maybe 45 minutes. So she go upstairs, she crush up the pills. That's not gonna work fast enough, right? Because now she has these things have cascaded, and now she trying to get rid of herself as fast as she can in the best way. She locks the door, she pulls out whatever weapon, that knifey knife, and then she just gets, and she like, this is not working. Like, oh my gosh, like it's just not working. And then out the window. Gabber said, I knew there were phone calls. Someone in here tried to tell me they think that Patrick did it because there was no proof he wasn't at home. She said the videos were fake. Oh, no. No. There were phone calls. I definitely don't believe that part. Yeah, a lot of people feel like she may have planned it if she is guilty of that. Patrick didn't do the kids and leave for the errands and let Lindsay attempt to unalive herself. No, I don't think that. I don't like. Remember, she was having one of the best days ever. Do I have any more of them trials? They, guys, I mean, like, I honestly, like, really think that I can't get past it. Does that make sense? Like, you know how I can't reconcile certain stuff in my head. Are you doing a little scratching? You better have the white lips too, Gabber. You better have the right white lips. Oh man. And Baca said the journal was her pity party. Yeah, I just have so many I just don't like, I don't know. I know the Commonwealth cares about all the kids. Don't get me wrong. But I think they really get very extra, and maybe it's just me. Put a 1 in the chat if you feel the same way. I think that when they talk about Dawson, they are very like extra. Not I want to say extra, but they examine, they bring attention more to Dawson and his relationship or what was done to Dawson and things like that. Christian said, that is a lot of a wicked in her to do that to 3 children. She needs to go to jail. I can see 1, but not 3. Yeah. Yeah, and just so y'all know that the main problem that I'll have with this is that, you know, if they decide that she's mentally ill, she'll go to a mental hospital. They'll, you know, she can get out in 5 years, you know, depending on what her situation is. And like, I'm thinking to myself, like, how does that work? I don't want her walking amongst me. I don't know if she should be part of society anymore. I also feel bad for whatever snapback she didn't have to put her in that situation, or you know, whatever her mental capacity was or was not, to put her in that situation, if that makes sense. Because but I like I say, I empathize with a lot of people that are convicted of a crime because they don't have it's something mentally wrong with anybody who commits a heinous act, in my opinion. Now, some people are just evil, but some people, I just really think that it's something mentally wrong. Like, it doesn't have to be, it's not saying that they are they need to get off by reasonable insanity or anything like that. But I do think that anybody that commits any type of crime is mentally wrong. Is something mentally wrong. You said it's not clear to you, Mofo Ho, how she performed it. I think she was a wonderful mom. I think she was a perfectionist. I think that she wanted things to run in a certain order. I don't want to say it's OCD, but I think that you know, certain things she just wanted in a certain way. And I think that she was a good mom to a degree, but she didn't have perfect kids. Does it make sense? And we don't all have perfect kids, or we don't have kids that conform to what our perfectness will want to be. So I think that she could have been a good mom, but in the same token, I guess two things can be true. Like a good mom to probably maybe, let's say, Cora and Callan, but then she has Dawson that doesn't fit into her circle, right? So he's a square and she's trying to be a perfectionist and a good mom, and he doesn't fit in there. So it kind of takes her out of that realm of things. Can she still have kids in her current condition, Gabber? Like I said, I think they'll decide that she's evil or not ill. Gabber says like paralysis and yeah, right. But I mean, it doesn't look like he was trying to harm anybody else. Thank goodness. You know, it's sad that he even had to do it to himself. That he was doing that to himself, right? Truly, truly, truly. It really, really, like when I seen the video, it looked like an extreme cry for help. Oh, you say if she still got all her stuff in place, she can? Oh, okay. What? How she do that? What, insemination? Or how that work? If she don't have, because it's from, I think it's from the waist below. Motherfucker said between Dawson acting like a normal toddler and Colin crying when he was put down, failure as a mom. Yeah, and I think that, you know, that could be part of it too, you know. No denying that here. I just think either way, you don't win in this situation, because even if it's a whole mental thing and they decide to send her away to a hospital, you still got the life of 3 children that passed away. Then on the other end, if they say she guilty and she go to jail for the rest of her life, if not for, I guess what the defense is saying, if not for the medications, she would not be like this. Christian said, I can't move past all these meds. This is just my opinion. It just takes about 2 to 4 weeks to start feeling something. Then if you try something else, you have to be weaned off to start another. Yeah, and that's what I'm seeing. Like, and I'm gonna go back and listen to his testimony. The one, it's gonna come into play, guys. I'm trying to tell you. and I'm sure the defense and the prosecution team, they know what evidence is going to be brought in and what they have to refute and how to get it dumbed down or how to make it appear to be the way they want it to be. At least I know Reddington is going to do that, right? Because he's trying to get his client off or in a mental health facility. Okay. For the medications, for me, now I'm in agreement with you, Christine, that it does take weeks for the medication to build up for you to feel something. It's not a magic pill. None of them are. But I do know that they do say that the side effects typically show up fairly soon, right? So that can explain why she was going back to the doctor and getting the new medication. What I am most interested in is the time frame, because everybody want to say that she needed to be weaned off. I would like to know which prescriptions need weaning off. They know which ones need weaning off, right? You know, some expert is going to come tell us, okay, well, you don't have to be weaned off this medication. You can stop and you can start a new medication right away. Or, you know, the life expectancy in your life, you know, like in your system is not that long. And I'm really looking forward to seeing, was there medication, overlapping medication when they knew that she needed to be weaned off of medication? Because then that may be a problem. In my mind. Like, I need to hear them say that, because I know that there are times that you can do both. Wait 1 second, y'all. I got a call coming through. Let me do this.
My first name is Elaine Rossi,
Can you spell your last name for the record?
Rossi.
And what city or town do you live in?
I live in Kingston.
What do you do for work?
I'm a nanny
How long have you been a nanny?
for about 15 years now.
In July of 2022, did you become familiar with the Clancy family?
I did.
And how did you become involved with their family?
I answered a Facebook advertisement seeking a part-time nanny position.
And who posted that advertisement?
Lindsay did.
And did she respond to your message?
I responded to her message.
Right. And so you said you were interested, right?
I did.
And then did she respond to you?
She did.
So did you have then communication back and forth with her about possibly taking on a nannying position for their family?
Yes, we did.
Okay. That was on July 22nd of 2022 that initial back and forth occurred, correct?
Correct.
And as a result of your initial communication with her, did you end up setting up a time to come meet their family?
We did.
And how did that happen? Where did you meet them?
I met at their residence in the backyard of their home.
And that would be 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
Correct.
And when you went to their home, were you able to meet the children?
Yes.
And how many children were there?
3.
And who were they?
Cora, Dawson, and Callan.
And present at that meeting that you had in their backyard were also Patrick and Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of kind of meeting at their home in the backyard?
It was to get familiar with the kids, just for an introductory meeting. I got to hold Callan and play with Cora and Dawson a little bit and talk to Lindsay and Patrick.
And so at that time, Cora was 4, right?
Yes.
And Dawson was 3.
Yes.
And Callan was an infant.
Yes.
Now, as a result of your kind of interview or interaction with them, what eventually happened with your relationship with the Clancys? Did you become their nanny?
I did.
And did you communicate with Lindsay about what the expectations of the job were going to be?
I did.
So what was your role or your expectations of the role?
My role was to take care of Callan when she went back to work.
Okay, and did you know when that was expected to happen?
I believe right around Thanksgiving.
And did you start working for them prior to that? Prior to November?
Yes, I did. I started first week in September of 2022.
And so while the original terms were for you to primarily watch Callan, did you take on a slightly different role in between September and November?
I did.
And so what were the responsibilities, or what did the Clancys ask you to do for the family during the time of September through essentially when you stopped working for them?
It was to get to know the family, to get to know how they worked as a family, to get to know their schedule, and essentially mostly to take care of Callan. Occasionally, Cora and Dawson would be home, and I would interact with them as well.
So going into it, you knew that you would sometimes be spending time with Cora and Dawson.
Yes.
But to your understanding, were they at the home all the time?
No, they were at school.
And other than caring for Callan, did you agree to take on some other responsibilities in the household?
I did.
And what were those responsibilities?
It was food prep, light housekeeping, laundry, things like that.
Was that something that you offered to do as part of your services, or were you asked to do it?
I offered initially. I said that those were things I did as a nanny for previous families.
And what was your expected schedule going to be for the Clancys?
It was 3 days a week. I believe it was 8:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m.
And was the 3 days a set schedule, or was the expectation that it might change?
Initially it was set, and then it changed.
As far as your original expectation, fair to say, you were originally asked to do Monday, Tuesdays, and Thursdays?
Correct.
And then as you started working for them, you were asked to kind of adjust some of the days?
Yes.
And was that something that you could do?
If I could, I would.
And how about the time? You said from 8:30 to 1:30. Were the times flexible too?
Yeah, sometimes it was 9 to 1:30. That was about the only difference.
Okay.
It was about a half hour.
And how would you communicate with Lindsay?
So we communicated via text a lot. Lindsay also had a notebook in her kitchen that we communicate. She would leave notes for me for the activities or the instructions for me for the day.
Okay. And you started, you said, the week of Labor Day. That was your first week with the Clancy family, right? And primarily during that week, did you care for Callan?
Yes, I did.
Did they come to call you something particular as far as like a nickname?
They called me Lainey.
Okay. And that was something the kids called you as well as Patrick and Lindsay?
Yes.
Okay. So, I'm going to just show you what's been marked as Exhibit 150.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
If you want to just take a quick look inside of it. You can flip through the pages if that's helpful.
Okay.
Does the handwriting in that notebook look familiar to you?
It does.
And fair to say there's two different handwritings, right? Did you come to know one of the handwritings as Lindsay's handwriting?
I thought all of it was Lindsay's.
Okay, but as far as the second set of handwriting, do you recognize?
Oh, it's mine.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. And so is this the notebook that you would kind of communicate with her back and forth about Callan and his schedule?
It is.
And fair to say she left you pretty detailed instructions on his care.
Yes, she did.
And you were aware that she was very particular about sleep and food and keeping on a schedule, right?
Yes.
And so that's the purpose of this notebook.
Yes.
When you would come to the household in the morning, would you often interact with Lindsay prior to taking care of taking the baby?
Sometimes if she was there, I would interact with her. Some mornings she wasn't there.
If she wasn't there, was Patrick home?
Yes.
And did you know where she was when she wasn't there?
Sometimes she'd leave in the notebook that she was in the basement working out. Sometimes she'd drop the kids off to school.
And would you often see her throughout the day when you were there from your 9 to 1 shift?
Yes.
But there would be times when you would see her come back to the home?
Yes.
And in those times when she left, sometimes she had the other 2 children with her, correct?
Correct.
And sometimes she did not.
No.
At times, were you left with all 3 children?
I think on one occasion I was.
And would you get there before or after Cora and Dawson would be off to school, usually?
Most times I would be pulling in the driveway and they would be waiting to say goodbye to me or hello to me.
And you're aware that they did not have school on Tuesdays, right? Were you aware?
I don't remember, sorry.
Okay. When you started working for the Clancy family, was there conversation with Lindsay about Callan not taking a bottle?
I don't remember that.
Did you often feed him a bottle when you were caring for him?
I did.
And do you recall at one point that you actually videoed Callan taking a bottle and sent it to Lindsay?
Oh, yes, I did. Okay. Yes.
And that would have been on September 9th, correct?
Yes.
At this point, Your Honor, I'd like to just play a short video.
Really, I object. I don't have a, let the jury see the video. Could I see?
Ms. Rossi, is that the video that you took of Callan taking the bottle?
Yes, it was.
And fair to say you sent that video to Lindsay Clancy on September 9th of 2022?
Yes, I did.
At this point, I'd move to admit a copy of that clip as the next exhibit.
With no objection, that may be admitted.
In your care of the children, were you ever permitted to take them outside of the household, like to the park or the library or anything?
I took Callan for a walk on one occasion, and I took Cora and Dawson to a tumble fun gymnastics class.
Okay. And that would have been in October of 2022 that you took Cora and Dawson, correct? When you went to Tumble Fun, what is that?
It's a toddler, like, gymnastics place, indoor gymnastics place.
Did you only take Cora and Dawson, or did you also take Callan?
Just Cora and Dawson.
Okay. And why was it that you took them on this particular day?
Lindsay had mentioned to me that they had tumble fun, but they wouldn't be going because she couldn't drive.
Okay.
So I offered to take them.
Did she tell you why she couldn't drive at that time?
She didn't.
So you took them, did you drive her car or your own car?
I drove her car.
And you were able to bring them home, correct?
Correct.
Did you notice anything different when you came back to the home on that day?
I didn't.
During the course of the time in which you were at the Clancy's house, fair to say from September to early December is the time that you were there, 3 days a week?
Yes.
Did you come to find out that Lindsay was having some issues?
I did.
Did she talk to you about that?
She did.
And what did she tell you about her issues?
She shared with me that she was suffering from postpartum.
Now, when she shared this information with you, had you noticed anything different about her demeanor or her presentation around the house?
I didn't at all.
Had her trips out of the house when you were there stopped or decreased during that time period?
No.
And did she tell you that at that time that she was seeing some doctors?
She did.
What about medication? Did you have any conversations with her about her taking medication during that time period?
I think we talked about she was going to stop a medication because she was trying to stop nursing.
That she was going to stop medication or she was going to start medication?
I think she was trying to stop something because she was going to, oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Take your time.
She was not going to nurse Callan anymore because she was going to be starting a new medication.
Did she ever give you any details about the medication?
She didn't.
Do you recall seeing prescription bottles around the house?
I did.
Did you ever learn from Lindsay that she had gone to the emergency room in November of 2022?
No.
How about gone to the emergency room in December of 2022?
No.
Did anything about your arrangements with coming on the 3 days, caring for Callan and sometimes Cora, did any of that ever change because of what she reported to you about having postpartum?
Only at the end of my time with them.
Okay, we'll get there in a second. But did you have the occasion to observe her interacting with the children?
I did.
And did you have any concerns about her interacting with the children?
None at all. She was a wonderful mom.
Did she have any further conversation with you about maybe more specific sleep or sleep issues that she had been having during the time period you were nannying for them?
She did.
And what did she tell you about that?
She told me she was having difficulties sleeping and that she was sleeping in the basement.
Now, when you would watch Callan and she would be in the basement, would you often see her in the basement?
No.
And one of the things you said that you sometimes did was do some laundry, right?
I did.
And where was the laundry in the Clancy house?
It was in the basement.
And so you'd have to go through that living room area down there where the couch was to get back to the laundry room?
Yes, it was in the back.
How about working out in the basement? Do you recall if you went down the basement stairs to the right that there'd be like a little area where there'd be weights and that kind of thing? Did you ever see her working out there?
I don't recall if I did.
Okay. As far as the medications, do you recall where you observed the medications in the house?
Yes, they were in to the right of the refrigerator, I believe in a cabinet.
And you had to go into the Patrick and Lindsay's bedroom, right?
I did.
Fair to say Callan's crib was in there.
It was.
So do you recall ever seeing medications in the bedroom?
I didn't.
Now, you had mentioned that you knew Lindsay to be going back to work in November, correct? Were you advised, or did you know that she was originally scheduled to go back in October, but then bumped it back to November?
I didn't know that.
But as you began working for them, that November date was in mind, right?
Yes.
Moving to Thanksgiving of 2022, did something change about the plan for her to go back to work?
Yes, I came in, I think it was a few days after Thanksgiving, maybe the day after Thanksgiving, and Lindsay was in the kitchen, and I had expected her to be asleep.
Why was that?
Because I thought she was working that shift, that Thanksgiving shift. And she told me that she wouldn't be going back to work.
And was there any further conversation of what the plan was for you and the family during that time period?
No, I think I mentioned if she wasn't going back to work and that if they didn't need me, if they could let me know.
Okay. And so do you recall being at the home at one point where Patrick and Lindsay left the house and came back?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that interaction?
Of course. Patrick and Lindsay went for a walk, and when they returned, I was in the living room on the floor with Callan, and they came in and told me that they would have to let me go because Lindsay would not be going back to work, and the two of them would be home to care for the children.
Okay. And so did they give you anything else, any other information about why Lindsay wasn't going back to work during that meeting?
No.
Okay. And did they give you some time to kind of make other arrangements after that?
They did. I believe they gave me 2 weeks.
And during that time after Thanksgiving, did you have the occasion to see Lindsay interacting with the kids in the home?
I did.
And was anything about your observations of her different?
Nothing.
Now, the kids themselves, you had the occasion to spend some time with Cora. And how would you describe Cora?
Oh, Cora was a girly girl who loved her babies very much. She was very sweet, and she loved arts and crafts and loved playing with her Fresh Mart, which was a little children's supermarket. She was lovely.
And Dawson, how about him? How would you describe him?
Dawson was full of energy, rambunctious, funny, silly.
Did you ever have any problem watching Dawson or keeping him under control? Or
Not at all. I was only with him on a handful of occasions.
Did you ever see Dawson kind of interacting with his siblings, with Cora or with Callan?
I did.
And did you see anything, or could you tell us a little bit about Dawson's interactions with them?
Cora and Dawson played well. There was one occasion in the kitchen where they were playing, and I think Cora took one of his Play-Doh, something. He was playing with Play-Doh, and his reaction, he was frustrated, and he's reached out and slapped Callan.
Now, were you alone with the kids during this interaction, or was Lindsay present too?
Lindsay was, I think, in the kitchen at the same time.
Did you see her react to that when she saw that behavior?
She did.
And what was the reaction? What did she do?
She went over and removed Callan. She removed Dawson from the room and came back and consoled Callan.
Okay. And eventually, did you see her go back and kind of talk to Dawson about his behavior and address it? Okay. And was that appropriate in your opinion?
Of course, yes.
How about how you would describe Callan? How would you describe him? You spent the most time with him, correct?
I did. He was the happiest, sweetest, easiest baby. He was just a love.
Thank you. If Lindsay had told you in one of these exchanges, and again, you exchanged mostly either in this notebook or via text, right?
Correct.
If she told you about working out, do you know if she wasn't in the basement where she would go to work out?
I think it was the Kingsbury Club.
Okay. And as far as when you stopped working for them, do you remember exactly when it was? You said maybe 2 weeks after Thanksgiving.
I think it was December 8th or December 10th.
And in the time that you were with the Clancys in their households, caring for their kids, interacting with Patrick and Lindsay, did you ever have any concerns that the children were not safe?
No.
Thank you.
All right, Cross.
Thank you guys so much for hanging in there. Yeah, I had to take an appointment for I had to take a call. Like, you know, when they call you, boy, these doctors, you gotta answer the phone or you gonna be SOL. SOL. Cause they are so busy. Gosh, my TV talking back to me. Wait a minute. So I think that what we have here, yeah, I think the nanny's testimony was needed. I think that it was important. It was important for a couple different things, and depending on what side you want to go on. I think it was important to the fact that it shows that yes, she was on medication. No, she didn't look like she was having any extra problems. Yes, she came and told the nanny, hey, this is what I got going on. This is what I'm doing. So she was open to discuss certain things with the nanny in regards to her situation. Not saying that she was going to disclose everything, but she was okay with discussing some things. hell to the no. No. No, Christian, absolutely not. No. I don't, well, let me tell you this. This is what I would tell you. Is I have to go listen back to Justin Bauer's testimony. I have to listen to his testimony. But if you want me to, because we don't have no downtime. We don't know what you talking about, downtime. What the heck? Christian, downtime? What is that? I have never even heard of downtime. What is downtime? I can tell you what I was doing. Downtime. Let me see what they I need to listen to the guy from NMS, his testimony, Justin Bauer. I need to understand, and I want to know the life expectancy, like the turnaround time for these drugs. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's something that we can all look up. How about that? I'm sure I can look something up on it. But let me see what let me pull up my Discord. Give me a second. I gotta pull up my Discord in order to get to it. You say my other group. What you talking about? Let me pull up. Why is my Discord not coming away? Well, let me pull up my Discord because I got the list of medications in there. I want to narrow it down to like the medications that she was like actually taking during that time. Or what she was supposed to have been taking. Like, that's what I want to know. and the expectancy of that part. But that's definitely a good idea. Shit, we don't have no downtime over here. No, I think it's an awesome idea. Let me see. I just let me see. Because I know I got the list of medications. That I do have. But okay, here we go. Okay. So the first prescription that she was prescribed was Zoloft, right? Okay. Here's the chart. Let's see what we got going on here. I need to get better at this stuff. Oh, wait a minute. Sorry, guys. I was looking on something I shouldn't have been looking on. Wait a minute. I'm not trying to ask YouTube. It's like ask YouTube these things. I'm not trying to ask YouTube. Okay, let me see what we got going on here. So remember, she was prescribed Zoloft, but she didn't start it, right? Remember, she had the medication. She had already went to go see the doctor. She had discussed with Patrick while they, when they were out of town going to a wedding, that she was suffering from some things and she was going to try to take a Zoloft. She was going to give it a chance. So at least from according from my timeline that I got from the civil suit, she started taking it in October. Okay. Does that make sense so far? So far we good? So far we good? Okay. So, Zoloft. Common side effects, guys. Upset stomach, sleep shifts, so you can get insomnia, or you can have daytime drowsiness from Zoloft. Increased sweating, dry mouth or mild tremors. Lower sex drive. Oh, Smex drive. Sorry, Smex drive. Oh, and trouble achieving an orgasm. Okay. Mood adjustments, feeling restless or temporarily more anxious. Serious risk: high fever, rigid muscles, rapid heart rate or confusion, easy bruising or unusual bleeding, low sodium, which can cause confusion, extreme weakness or unsteadiness, mental health changes, worsening depression, or new thoughts of self-harm. You know, and of course the doctor told her, they tell you to let them know if you're experiencing any of these side effects. It works on effectively reducing symptoms of depression and anxiety. It's like the first level drug, drug, like the first level prescription, right? The drawbacks and the risks, like I said, uncomfortable side effects that we just mentioned. The initial adjustment. So I know that some people, like, they may get that placebo effect with some of these prescriptions where, you know how they say it takes 3 to 4 weeks to build up in your system, but some people, they get that initial thing, right? Where they feel like it's curing everything right then, like a placebo drug. So, rare serious risk. So this is very rare. Potential for serious issues like serotonin syndrome or increased self-deletion thoughts, and that's in young people. So I don't know if they consider her age being young or old. I don't know how many milligrams of Zoloft she was on. I will probably have to bring back up the civil suit to see what that is. Very, very rare. Okay. So that's when we talk about the Zoloft. And her first psychiatric appointment was with Dr. Tufts on September the 15th, 2022. Okay. She had a follow-up with Dr. Tufts on October the 3rd, 2022. So I'm assuming, remember, she didn't begin the Zoloft when she was supposed to begin it. So she didn't begin it until October. Then she was prescribed trazodone. So I'm assuming when she went in, she was like, look, I can't sleep. Okay. So now we haven't sleep. So let's look up trazodone. I have to get the milligrams and stuff that she was on. So trazodone commonly causes drowsiness, dizziness, dry mouth, headache, and nausea. It can also lead to low blood pressure when standing up quickly. Serious risks include prolonged, painful, standing up tall for men things, right? Irregular heart rhythms, serotonin syndrome, and an increased self-deletion thoughts in young people. Now, you know what I would like to know, when they say young adults, what is considered a young adult? Do anybody know what a young adult is? When we're looking at the medical definition, maybe that would be my next thing. Because is she considered a young adult? Because they're saying the only time that you have increased self-deletion thoughts is it only happens in young adults. I guess for the most part. It's really being, it's not saying all people, it's saying young adults. Okay, so that gives you the thing for trazodone. Let's give me one more thing. Let me look at this. It's saying the increase was found in children and teenagers and young adults less than 24 years of age. So when they say young adults, or when I'm reading y'all these definitions, that's people or adults that are up under 24. Okay. The risk may be more likely within the first few months of treatment and when the doses increase. So I know that everything that he testified to, when we talk about Jester Bauer, he was talking about everything that it was really therapeutic levels that were in her system. Now, what milligrams, I would have to go back and listen to when, I don't even know if hers is worth listening to. You know, when the DA was mentioning the milligrams on the bottles that they had secured, but those bottles is like old bottles. Like, that's the thing about this whole thing with her medication. I have not clearly understood what medications are in there. So, trazodone is sometimes used to treat insomnia and schizophrenia. So that's what it's typically, sometimes used for, okay? Let's see here. Yeah, that's what she was saying, trilodine. When she's saying on the store, that's brand names of it. Let's see what the active life is for it. Active life. Let me see. Oh, let me go back to Zoloft. Let me see. Okay, so Zoloft, it says, yes, you do need to wean off Zoloft. Stopping it suddenly can cause uncomfortable withdrawal effects known as antidepressants discontinuation syndrome. Why weaning matters. Brain adjustment. Slow reduction gives your brain time to adjust to the lower serotonin levels. Shorter half-life. Zoloft clears the body relatively fast, making withdrawal symptoms more likely if missed or stopped abruptly. If you are planning to change your routine, sharing your daily dosage and your Zoloft, let me see. Okay, so if she went from Zoloft to Prozac, right? Because maybe that's to keep your serotonin levels up. Yes, you generally need to lower your Zoloft dose when switching to Prozac to prevent withdrawal, sickness, and dangerous drug interactions. Doctors often use a direct or gradual step down plan. So I guess you do need to wean off of this stuff. That's interesting. I don't think a lot of doctors do that at all. It says Zoloft leaves your system pretty fast, guys. Stopping it too fast can cause bad withdrawal symptoms like dizziness, nausea, and mood drops, but it doesn't say anything about self-deletion or depression. Now it says Prozac stays long. Prozac stays in your body for a long time. Mixed in high amounts, both can cause too much serotonin to build up. So that tells me that maybe she should have been weaned off that part. And I don't know what these, let me put these other ones up in here and see what they got going on. Okay. So Ambien is a sedative hypnotic medication. It's a short-term treatment for insomnia, trouble for falling asleep. It slows the brain activity to help you fall asleep fast. So I'm assuming if they put her on Ambien, that's because the trazodone was not working. Because I can't imagine them having where she's still taking trazodone and Ambien on top of it, because they basically do the same thing. Remeron is an antidepressant medication treating major depression, but often used at low doses to help with sleep and worry. So it kind of does two things: sleep and worry, and also major depression. How it works, it changes the brain chemicals to boost the mood and block certain receptors to cause drowsiness. Okay. Clonopine is a benzodiazepine drug. Okay, that's treating panic disorders and seizures. We heard about that. And short-term relief for intense worry. How it works, it calms the brain's electrical activity. So it does say taking all these drugs to get these medications together can cause severe sleepiness, confusion, and slow breathing. You think they gave her all of these at the same time? Wait a minute. I guess you can. You can take, I do see where you can say you can take Ambien and Clonopine together. I do see that. I think these is like the layer medications. So I'm wondering if she was prescribed this stuff, if the dates are correct according to the Silver Suit, if she was prescribed this stuff on November the 25th, 2022, then on November the 30th, 2022, she was prescribed Seroquel. That just seems like one after another. Like, what? Why would we prescribe Seroquel? Let's see. I mean, like all these medications, they're like changing even before 3 to 4 weeks. Now, so this is a atypical antipsychotic medication. So, and it treats schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, major depression. It's used as an add-on treatment alongside other antidepressants. So I'm assuming you can do this with something else. Common effects: you sleepy, weight gain, or dry mouth. So it is supposed to treat manic and depressive episodes. Wow. Let me see. And okay, so it does say that you should be weaned off this medication also. Why tapering is necessary? Because stopping suddenly can shock your body and your brain chemistry. So another one, a slow reduction helps prevent severe insomnia, anxiety, nauseousness, and mood swings. Okay. Now there's that. Y'all, let me see. What y'all seeing? Okay. A woodpecker. Ooh. I do too, and I think that's what's gonna make us very more. I think that's gonna explain to us a lot more in regards to like give us some more good details in regards to what prescriptions she was actually supposed to be taking, because that's what I want to start off with. What prescriptions was Lindsay supposed to be taking? Because all this stuff switching back and forth and switching back before, like switching stuff is wild to me. The next thing that we have on our list is December the 6th. And it's like, this is like, if y'all look at these dates, if this stuff is, if we looking at this stuff, guys, this stuff is like every 5, 6 days. Another medication or a different medication is being added. I go back into this thing to see, make sure that this is right. Cause like, gosh, it was like she was changing them every other day. Or adding something to it. Like, I can't even get my doctor on the phone once a week, let alone every other day. Let me see. Okay, so diazepam, which is Valium. Volume. It calms the nervous system by enhancing the effects of the GABA, a natural brain chemical. It's for short-term anxiety relief, muscle spasms, seizures, and alcohol withdrawal symptoms. So what y'all think they gave it to her for? Anxiety? Side effects: drowsiness, fatigue, dizziness, and muscle weakness. Severe risk: slowed or stopped breathing, severe drowsiness, and risk of dependence. So I guess you can get hooked on this one. It says interaction dangers: combining Valium with alcohol, opioids, or other central nervous system depressants can cause a fatal overdose. Withdrawal: stopping the medication abruptly can trigger severe rebound anxiety, shaking, and dangerous seizures. You can review the complete prescribing data. Okay. I don't know. Is it just me? Have y'all heard as we going through this list of drugs and just kind of finding out the basis of everything? Is it that they didn't give her the right drug to treat what she was experiencing? Because I haven't seen anything that's really telling me that you're gonna put your head in the oven. Yeah, I don't even know why she was on volume. Why was she on that? Okay, and then she was on Lamictal. Okay. And that was this was prescribed by Dr. Tux. And this was prescribed mid-December. And this looked like the last one that I see that she had. And this is also for bipolar disorder, helps prevent and delay the reoccurrence of depressive, manic, or mixed episodes. It working gradually over weeks or months. Weeks or months. Oh, and this is something that they use to treat seizures. Common side effects is dizziness or drowsiness, headaches, blurred or double vision, nausea or stomach pain, tremors or lack of coordination. Sometimes you get serious skin rashes. You can't stop this one suddenly. Discontinuing this medication abruptly can increase seizures or severe withdrawal effects. And that's probably because if you have seizures, you probably don't want to stop it because it's going to change something. I don't know. None of these really like sound like they do what happened. They I don't know. I don't know. So, and like I said, this is all in Patrick's Silvo complaint. Now I can't talk. So that's just some ideas. I am going to, like I said, I am going to listen to his testimony again because I do want to get down exactly what was in her system so we can start comparing a lot of this stuff. Islamic towel. Islamic towel. I feel like Lindsay was further along in her state that she was reporting. So people were throwing anything at her, but secretly it was too late. She should have had the nanny stay or grandma move in. Says Drunky the Bear. Yeah. Benzo lower threshold for impulse control. Okay, mofo. Wow. Lemmic cow. Lemmic cow. Lemmic cow. You say it assisted you into a psychosis. Just saying. But I had added alcohol and I was not okay. Well, I don't know if there's any reports about her drinking. It may be different doses too. Doses as the like what you may use it for depression may be 50, 50 milligrams, and then maybe for seizures or something is 100 or 25 for maintenance. Yeah, but yeah. So do you think that might have been that was the last one that she was prescribed, Susie? You think that could have did it? Yeah, I'm wondering like could that have did it if you saying that because any other ones I haven't seen anything, but then they say it's kind of like I haven't seen any other ones that say that. Let me see. No, you can't. And I think the reason why you can't mofo ho is because they say if you try to discontinue without weaning, depending on what you are on it for, I think that makes a big difference. Because when I'm looking this stuff up, depending on what you're taking it for. So like if you're taking it for seizures, you don't want to just stop taking it because certain fact that your seizures may come back, immediately. So you want to be weaned off of it, or they may be trying to put another, you know, prescription in place. So I think it depends on what you're saying because it's what it's for, because it says here, do not stop suddenly. Discontinuation of the medication abruptly can trigger increased seizures, but just for increased seizures or severe withdrawal effects. So, and it doesn't tell me what the withdrawal effects are, but I think it just depends on what you're taking it for. And that's what a lot of these medications, what I'm noticing as we going through here, that they're for multiple purposes. So they're not just for one thing. So I think depending on what you're taking it for, depends on what you need to be weaned off for, what that weaning looks like, what the medication change is, because if one's saying, okay, do not just stop because your serotonin levels will decrease and drop immediately, which will make you be more depressed or have more anxiety. But is that just taking you off completely, or is it saying, hey, unless you got something else in place? Oh, okay. Sorry. Oh, sorry, mofo. That's why I be in the chat, but I be kind of not in the chat. Okay. No, I just wonder like if maybe she was having those type of episodes. You know, I know when I first started quitting, when I first tried to quit smoking, years ago, you know, Wellbutrin, which is also it's like it's for depression and anxiety, but it also supposed to help you with not smoking, right? And I remember when I was taking it, they was like, okay, now if you taking this and you wake up one day and you want to put your head in the oven, call us. And I was like, oh, okay. So, so I definitely think it exactly what you're taking it for. You said you tried it and you kept smoking. Oh gosh, I could not deal. Yeah, I can't remember. I think I don't know. I can't remember. I don't think I stopped with that one. It was another one that I used the first time when I quit smoking, not this last time. Um it's another one that they came out with. I can't remember the name of it. That one I would say it worked for me. I can't think of the name off the bat, but that one worked for me. The first time when I tried it. The last time when I did it, I didn't have to use anything, but um yeah, what was the name of it? I don't know. I can't think of it. I'll have to think of it at a different time. Chantix. Yep, that's it. You thanks, SD. Yep. Chantix. Now that worked for me the first time. Like, I don't know how it worked. I know they build you up and yeah, Chantix. Yeah, that one worked for me the first time. I don't know if anybody else has tried it, but I quit. It was just that, yeah. It was just that I went back because I was like, oh, I can control it. Oh, I'm not gonna smoke. I'm just gonna smoke every once in a while. I'm just gonna smoke when I'm having a drink or when I'm out, and it went all downhill. I went way back. You got scary anxiety on day 4? Oh wow. See, that just tell you how different things were. Like I didn't. It worked for me. I was like, ooh. I don't even think I had to take the whole month. Like after a while, I was done. Like yeah, I guess it was just trying to give you the habit stuff. But what I am gonna do is because we do have an early day. I am gonna try to get this stuff up so we can start covering our Mario Fernandez case. I got a couple more things that I need to try to tie up with it so we can kind of go through that stream and get that together. And I figure why not do it on one of these early court days versus to having a real long day. I do know that we're going to have longer days that's coming up upon us, right? And I only say that because I think that next week we'll probably be in multiple trials. Only because I want to cover this. I'm not going to say it's a lighter trial, but it kind of reminds me of the Adelsons, in a way. But it's just from Wendy's end. like Shauna would be the Wendy of everything. You know, she didn't need the mom and the dad, and her mom and dad didn't step up to do anything. But it's crazy because it's gonna be like 2 trials back to back, and I don't want to miss the first one. I really wish they would have her trial first, but they don't. But I really wish they would have had her trial first. They're gonna do Mario first if he does go to trial, but he's been having some hearings and stuff, so I want to make sure that we get into that. Well, I can't play it, SD. If you asking me to play the Perez thing, I can't play it. Hey, pretty. So I can't play it on here. YouTube won't. YouTube not gonna play that at all. They are nothing like TikTok or anything like that. So that's something that you have to watch on your own. No, I can't watch it on here. They'll take this video down so fast. Nope. They won't let me. Oh, yeah. They won't let me. Yeah, I can't play nothing like that on here. Oh, no. Like, if you say the word, like, I know we was watching some video. I want to say it was when we was talking Megan with 2 G's and Casey with 2 E's when we were going through that trial. When we were going through that trial, they sent me a message from YouTube asking me was I okay. And I think it's because of the AI automatic seeing that they were talking about self-deletion a lot in the video. But they sent me an email like, hey, you good, homie? And I'm like, yeah. Somebody detected such and such and such and such. And I'm like, yeah, no, that was just a video. So, yeah, unfortunately, yeah, they won't let me play it over here in that regards. Yeah, on YouTube, we're not even supposed to say like those words. So could you imagine if I put that on there? You can't even say words on here, let alone a doggone video. Mofo, you say Mario's trial might be a shorter one. I don't know if I really got to research. I haven't researched the case all the way to know, but I really would like to know why they separated their trials. Because I think that they should have been just tried together like they were. I know that they had DP on the table and they took DP off the table. I know we have our hitman who is accused of doing this, who confessed and recanted. And they still gonna use his confession. So I know she has some ugly text messages and stuff come in that they were fighting over. But yeah, I do want to do like an introduction to the case and just in some small doses. So I've been working on that. For that part of it. So we're gonna so I'm working on the slides and stuff, and so hopefully we can get into doing that later today. Don't forget, Angel Eyes is going to be streaming later today. Let me get 4:00. I think 4:00 Pacific Standard Time, 7:00 Eastern Standard Time. If you guys want to go over and check him out. Let's see here. I won't be doing anything around that time. I don't think. If I'll stream, if I get everything together, I got like a couple more things that I need to do, and then I'm probably gonna be ready. Let's see here. I'm gonna get Angel Eyes stuff for you guys, just in case you guys want to go over there and sub to his channel, and also hit the notification bell over there. Yeah, I see Kat is currently streaming something in regards to them wanting to seal Zach's information. Like, for what? Like, I don't know what they trying to hide. They are weird. After saying they did not deny his appeal. I don't know what that stuff is about. It's like the weirdest thing. And let me get it because I'm subscribed to the channel. I don't know. Sometimes when I type the channel in, I can't get certain stuff to come up. Now I got to go through this long list of everybody I'm subscribed to, so I can get the channel in there, because I'm definitely going to go over there and support. May not be able to chat much. I'm not a good chatter. I done figured out I'm not a good chatter. But I be always in people chats. I just want y'all to know. But I'm not the best chatter. I'll be doing it while doing a million and one things. I feel like if I'm not multitasking and doing multiple things at one time, I am not being efficient. I am not doing what I need to be doing for the day. Is that crazy? Like, if I'm not doing multiple things at one time, I feel like I'm slacking. Like, if I'm not multitasking, I almost can't, yeah. It's like I can't do it. Like, I feel like I'm missing something. So here is the link to Angel Eyes, his channel, guys. Like I said, he'll be streaming at 7 o'clock. He's going to be streaming some information about this case. So if you guys want to go over and check it out in the chat. But with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and play our outro song. I will drop us off for all my people that are following like the Zach Adams or have followed the Zach Adams. I am going to drop us off right now into, after our song plays, it'll drop us off over into Cat Not Williams' channel. If you guys want to hang out, I'm going to go over there and listen over there and see if I can get the rest of this done so we can try to finish streaming. So I can start the information in regards to our trial discussion. I'm not going to say prep or deep dive. I'm going to say discussion. Because I think when you say deep dive, you really like long stroking. And I'm not long stroking nothing. I only do short strokes. All right, guys, I want to say shout out to the mods, shout out to the chat. Thank you all for hanging out here with me. I will find out more information in regards to our testimony that we had today from Justin. I'm going to listen to that in 1 second. But I'll see you guys over there with Cat Not Williams, talking about the Zachary information. If not, then I will see you guys later. Let's see.
When Sweet Pea taps in, you know the courtroom lights go bright. Trials running long, but the family's here every night. Mars on patrol, chatter showing out. This little YouTube corner's what community's about. Therapist you know, steady holding down the floor. Behind the scenes magician, keeping peace like never before. A banner king, a rule keeper too. Every channel dreams of a mind like you. Jason walks in and the ladies lose control. Down to earth king with the warmest soul. Film freaks, kindness man is always on display. Fair and sweet and cheering folks along the way. And Maria from SA keeps the laughter rolling free. Joking, shining, keeping spirits where they need to be. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This courtroom crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case so far, we're forever taken to trial. Take it to trial. Pretty brown girl, she'll tell you what's true. Sharp as a gavel, funniest in the room. Dr. Rachel pops in while she's busy running lines. Speaks her mind every time, cuts through like a knife. And Paula brings the energy, jokes flying fast. Helping Sweet Pea backstage, making every stream last. And Zach strolls and causing chaos just for fun. The resident cheater, but we love him, everyone. Here comes Maddie, handsome, quick with the line. A comedy sniper with the perfect timing. And Lynn with the updates, always loyal, always tuned. If true crime news drops, he brings it to the room. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with fastest trending replay queen, holding down the algorithm like a machine. Estes razor sharp, loyal through and through. And yeah, she adores chasing nothing new. Drunky the bear with the white claws way, managing volunteers like she runs the whole land. Cynthia brings inside with take sharp and steady. Donna keeps it real, 911 and always ready. Tilly Bird's the fat queen, receipts on tap. Easy's new, but she blends right into the pack. Tennessee, hard-lived, tries to support her with pride. Melly shows up for family for cooking for his dog. A steady carrying presence through the courtroom fog. And Brooklyn in the house, always bringing that spark. Lighting up the chat like a shout in the dark. Baca loves her gram, speaks truth when it's time. Micrograms with metaphors straight up sublime. Barbara biggest supporter, heart counting vast. Looking for missing kids, hope to truly last. Only fan from Singapore, flag name but sweet. Still shows up with love every time he takes a seat. And even the part-timers keep this place alive. Curvier, Irish Amy, Capri Law, Hellcat, our tribe. Hearts wide open, stories shared, holding space because we care. From every corner of the world we climb to spend these nights together, one trial at a time. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. Mods and shadows, yeah, this love is something rare. A courtroom crew with hearts beyond compare. No matter what the case or file, we're forever taken to trial. To Sweet Pea in the mouth and the chat we adore. This isn't just a channel, it's a family. And we couldn't ask for more.
All right, guys. I'll see you guys in a minute. Peace.